2. Is the mic on? Okay, cool. So I don't know what's going on. I've never seen this before. Check your encoder settings. Settings, keyframe interval 1.325, recommended 2. That's kind of confounding to me. I just scrolled through the settings, and the only thing I saw recommending encoder settings in mentioning encoder settings in OBS was like for you to insert script. And yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna have to look on GitHub and see if there's script I can copy paste or if it's like basic. I don't know. I need to just Google this shit and figure out why the fuck it isn't working. But let's see. Well, it seems to be working there. I'm like gonna switch to. Oh wait, whatever. I meant to go back to just starting. Hey guys, I'm live. I didn't even turn the fucking lights on yet. Give me a second. I guess there's no point to switching back to just starting now. Oh, and I have that brightness. Oh yeah, it's so bright you can't even see the fucking light. Can I just put it on minimum? I think minimum's fine. We'll find out. Yeah, that's perfect. I had it set up for minimum. All right, maybe one above minimum. I look a little red. Yep, that's where I had it set up. All right. Anyways, I think I liked the other one better. Like my skin color was a little odd. I look like half a goblin. I like the background way better. This is the way to do it. I'm actually half goblin. If you guys didn't know that yet. No, I'm just live again. Holy shit. I'm literally just going to be killing time tonight. This is literally just to make sure everything is working, that I can actually still do this before I really go back full send on it. Do have something I want to share. I forgot about. I am multi-streaming, by the way, but I'm not sure all the chats are going to work. So there is that. I have a link I want to share, which is why that's fresh on my mind. I need to get it. Oh, I think I already made a command for it, at least in Twitch, because that's where my bot lives. Is it there? I did. Guys, I have merch now. It's like just the first wave. It's like very mediocre quality, I will admit. I legit just took my logo. Am I looking at? No, it's going to be over here, right? Yeah, because the screen's flipped. I took my logo right there and put it on a t-shirt. I still got to put it on like hats and stuff. All their hats are like this beanie. Is this? I don't know if this is. I think this might just fucking be glued on actually. Um, this is like sewn, but I don't think it's sewn into the hat. And if it is, it's just sewn on. Like a sewn on. Oh no no. No, this is definitely embroidered. Um, so all of the hats and stuff. There are certain other things, like I think there was like a little tote bag. All of that, and I love hats. I have a whole, like, literally there's a pile of hats on my desk. Wait, let's just switch it up. I don't think they have a fuck. This doesn't really fit my head the way it used to anymore. Um, my brain's gotten bigger, I guess. No, I mean, theoretically possible. Anyways, no, fuck it. I hate this. It looks so bad, actually. I basically still just have it as. This is one of my favorite hats. I didn't really do videos with it. I normally don't do videos with it. I just wear it around town. I don't know if the internet's ever seen it. This is a Five Below Christmas hat. It's lasted for like 50 years. I don't know. Like, I swear to God, this has lasted longer than like actual high quality merch I bought. And this is $5 hat that I beat the shit to. Like, you should see it by the end of winter. I like just wear it. And by from like all the slush and stuff, by the time the new year comes around, it's just like yellow. But it washes out really well. Like, this is one of the most amazing hats I've ever had. But anyways, ranting aside, I have rambling, not ranting. I want to get. It's like fucking pointing at. I can see the lasers reflecting off my shoulder, and it's distracting me. They're still there, barely. You can't really see them because it's like a lensing effect. You know, the lens that focuses the laser, there's like it creates a second weaker beam. So all you guys can really see is the primary area of the blue dots, but there's like an entire outer ring of lighter blue dots. Make it look amazing. Like, it's just the sky disappearing into infinity. But I can get the I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. I get the lighter blue dots all the way out here, even though it's projecting all the way back there on my wall. So they can be kind of distracting, especially on my. I haven't really noticed them before. I think because I wasn't wearing a black shirt, or the last stream I wasn't even using it because it was a fitness. So I was just chilling here, and it was like I could see something like crawling on my shoulder. Oh, it's the lasers. Anyways, dude, why am I so fucking harebrained today? I can't finish a single thought. I guess I'm just excited to be doing this again. I knew this was gonna be happening, so I've been getting myself hyped up all day to be live again. I didn't post anywhere. Oh, I should post in the Discord. I didn't want to post in the Discord. I just want. This isn't even like a see who shows up thing. I'm like beyond that type of bullshit for the most part. There's situations where I would employ that, but like for this, it's literally just like, yo, I'm chilling tonight. This isn't like a real stream. This is just making sure I still know how to stream and the stream still works tonight. So this is just a little thing for the OGs and me. And then tomorrow we'll talk about a stream where I like really hype up the merch. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I have stuff to do. I have stuff to do every day. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. Like, kind of. So like today's Friday now technically, but like for me in my mind, it's not tomorrow until I go to sleep and wake up. So like tomorrow doesn't start until like your midday. I don't know exactly what it would be for you. For me, I generally wake up some point between like 2 to 6 p.m. I'm just the ultimate night owl. So, yeah, the merch link. Guys, we're just going to look at this for a sec. I want to copy paste this in the other chats if I can. I have a unified chat, but I don't know where it went. It's over there. Okay, the only chats so far have been from Twitch. Can I? Oh, I can post from this chat box into the other chats. Okay. It says my Facebook stream is read only. No one's chatting in Facebook yet, though. I don't think anyone really watches the YouTube channel because it's just like the archive channel. It's not my real YouTube. But did I not copy paste it? I didn't copy paste. You know what? I have the title of the stream, which is Stealth Stream for the OGs, in my clipboard right now. So before I copy paste the other thing, I'm gonna post that to the Discord with the link, just to let anyone who still follows the Discord know I'm live, because for whatever reason the auto shout out doesn't work anymore. Is my auto shout out channel just gone? No, there it is. Shameless self promotion. Oh no, that's the self promo channel. Is my auto shouting channel just gone? I think my auto shouting channel. No, stream shout outs. Oh, it's there. I just muted it because I got every streamer in my channel, in my Discord, gets shouted out when any of them go live. And it just got annoying getting those pings. I like having the channel because now I can just like go look at it and be like, oh look, Water Saint went live at 22:23, and it's the most recent of my like cool awesome friends. And before that it was Saya Bloodraven, and before that it was Medicated Outrage, although that was yesterday. But it's like I can go look, and it's like if I'm actually like just not chilling on Twitch, but I see one of my friends went live here, like I just brought it up because I have this stream shoutouts channel. I'm now chilling here in the channel of the Water Saint, watching some weird ass Red Bull commercial. I love these. These are like some of the best commercials ever. That's the wrong button. Wait, no, that was the right button. I'm done. It's just there's a stream delay over here, and I was on my stream scene for some reason.
I had the overhealth from the houses.
Playing Overwatch. Whoa! Bro. Dude, I haven't actually... I feel bad because Water Saint's like one of my best friends, and I haven't caught one of his streams in forever. I had no idea he had that beard going on. Holy shit. He's gonna catch up to me, man. Like, it looks really strange on him. Hold on. I watch on 480p because normally I'm only half watching. I more listen to streams. And I also like just have so many things running at the same time that they'll be buffering. Like when I'm watching 3 streams at once, they'll all be buffering if I don't have it on 480. And then I'm also like usually running a YouTube video and blah blah. It's just I don't have enough bandwidth, okay? So I just put everything on 480. But look at that beard, bro. We're just going to wait.
This is so wrong.
We just have to show him some love, bro. Hey, what's up, Anton? How's it going? First time chatter. Welcome to the stream. This is one of my mods, and I just realized he was streaming. And I haven't caught his streaming forever.
Once we meet up, we'll have to compare dick sizes. Beard sizes.
He used to live here in Pittsburgh. He moved over to Oregon to be with the love of his life, who he's streaming with right now. So I literally just heard them giggling in the background. It's gonna be Blind but Blink or Bounce probably.
Damn, dude.
Your tank is kind of just doing nothing. Yeah, definitely.
Sounds like me.
I thought we were losing. I was like, fuck, I need a pee so bad.
You thought we were losing? We are losing.
I know, but like, I thought we like lost.
Oh, you thought the game was over now?
Yeah. Because I was like, oh, thank God I have to pee.
Do you want to just leave so we can see if we pee?
Should we just go?
We're split. Oh no, but then we'll get banned.
We get hurt now.
Fucking Microsoft, dude.
Weird.
I'm really slow at typing, by the way, and I can't figure out what I want to say anyways.
MCC, if you leave a match, you just like can't queue again for several minutes.
Alright, but anyways, now that we're done with that, I still gotta post in the stream shoutouts.
Thanks for coming through. I appreciate the alert.
Okay.
I'll talk to you soon about the April plans. We're still figuring everything out. Trying to put an itinerary together.
Yeah, so he used to live here in Pittsburgh, move out to Oregon to be with the person you hear in the background who needed to pee. They're like the most adorable couple ever. And kind of hate them because they like stole one of my best friends from me, but in a good way, you know? But it's really cool. I've never met them in person. I don't actually know their first name. Oh wait, I think I do, but I don't remember it. It's one of those. They're like a gamer friend, you know. Blind but Blink, aka Bounce. I'm assuming they're on an alt account. There was one that looked like it was Bouncy or something. I'm guessing that's them. I'm not even logged into fucking Blizzard right now, and I don't feel like it because then it's just something else that slows down my system. But yeah, he lived here in Pittsburgh till about a year ago. I think it was a year now. Holy shit. Maybe it's a little longer than a year, but it might actually be like almost exactly a year. It's hard to tell. I'm so bad at keeping track of time. Or it could even be 2 years. Like, that's how bad I am at keeping track of time about certain things. But it feels like forever, either way. And because we used to hang out, like, he's the one dude I hung out with the most. He'd just hit me up. He'd be like, yo, come smoke and let's play Overwatch. And then we'd do that. Or we'd just, like, smoke a blunt on the top of Mount Washington and do shit like that. And, like, listen to screamo music and whatever the fuck. So he's like the one person that would hit me up most frequently. And but then I like, in some ways I just vibe with on levels that I don't a lot of other people, you know? Like, we've all got different types of best friends, and I'm really lucky. I've got a lot of like 10 plus 15 plus best friends, you know? Like, I've known these guys for forever, and he's actually part of that group now just because we met him in a Smash tournament. But it was like instant chemistry type thing, like instant bro. He's also a Samus main. He's like one of the only two he's like one of the only other Samus mains in the Pittsburgh area. I was never like good at Super Smash Brother tournaments, by the way. I just went to like smoke weed and eat pizza with my bros. I always got my ass handed to me, but like it was just a fun time, you know? It was worth like the fucking $10 entry fee or whatever it was. And yeah, eventually we just started hanging out, playing. He moved into my friend's basement, basically. Well, him and his other friend more so. When Overwatch came out, we literally had like an endless LAN party where I just brought my PC over to Mo's house, left it in his basement, and all we did was play Overwatch when it first came out. That's how we met. And that's how he and Bounce met. And they're going to be coming back to visit for a little while, right around the time of the eclipse. We're actually pretty close to where it's supposed to be really easy to see, like the best place to see it in the US, which I think is Cleveland, or one of the best places. And like Cleveland sucks. But if the sun is going to shine on Ohio's asshole for one day, there we might as well go there, you know? So he's gonna drive into town to Pittsburgh, or fly, I think, and then like we're talking about driving out to Cleveland to see that, and I think that'll be really cool. I love weird shit that has to do with celestial stuff anytime it happens. But yeah, I'm gonna eat a cold sandwich while I watch videos. But like I said, this is which I think is hilarious because I've like literally ranted about what's her face, Sniper Wolf, doing this. But the difference between me and Sniper Wolf is that I'm not trying to upload this to YouTube and monetize it and make a whole bunch of money off of it without even giving the original creators credit. Like, yes, I do have the whole archive stream up there, but it's not going to be clipped into a 10-minute clip of watch me watching clips. I fucking hate that shit. This is literally just me hanging out with you guys while I eat, because it's been months since I streamed and I missed y'all. And this is just like an informal stream to chill with you guys before I go back to like full bore, let's fuck up the internet and fix the world type streaming. Which I very much plan to do. I need to figure out how to get Facebook chat up so I can chat in Facebook chat. Give me a moment to figure out chat. Probably. I like don't even know what the fuck. So I'm gonna delete my fucking email address so I don't dox some shit. But what a fucking like 1990s ass Facebook login screen is this? And it's just, so I have dark mode on, like we can turn that off and it's just gonna look like burning your irises out. My face looks like I'm staring at the sun itself right now. Ass webpage. Is this like the actual new login Facebook screen? You can tell how long it's been since I got logged out. This is just total ass. Holy shit, man. Dude, I legitimately thought I was getting fished for a second. You know? I thought I ended up on some like cheap, shitty Chinese knockoff Facebook that was just gonna like grab my password. But no, that's the real Facebook. This is how far Facebook has gone downhill. Holy shit, man. Anyway, I love how I'm just shitting on it while I'm streaming to it. I'm just trying to get logged in so I can talk in my own chat. Is that Amaranth on Ladies of Metal? Talking about going downhill. I just gotta... Well, this doesn't make any sense. Like, don't get me wrong. I appreciate. I'm 97% sure that's her. I can't swipe up because, like, is there even a way to swipe up? Oh, you can just click. Dude, this is, oh my, I probably should, how stupid am I that I just clicked on a sus link? Now, it's from a trusted page. Like, I've been following this page for a long time, but pages get hacked and shit. And I clicked on the sus link, and I was dumb. I'm here now, though. But it's literally just a bullshit ad farming page. And it probably doesn't even actually, so I'm saying it's definitely an Amaranth photo. Probably doesn't even have Amaranth on it at all. Yo, this page went straight up downhill. Unfollowing. Dude, Ladies of Metal used to be so cool, where they would just talk about alternative models and stuff. Now it's just like a BuzzFeed shill page. Holy shit. What is happening? I should have known. Unfollow. I think I originally followed it because I had a friend that was like trying. No, that was a different magazine. Is this even a magazine? I don't know anymore. Unfollow. Okay. But how the hell do I view my live stream chat? That's the real reason. Why is she still there on my homepage, even though I unfollowed this? Like, I never finished. There we go. Like, I've never finished it. I don't have a problem with Amaranth at all. I actually am incredibly impressed and inspired by her success. I think her coochie beer is nasty. Although I have to admit, I'd probably try it and make a video out of it just out of morbid curiosity. It's the weirdest fucking shit I've ever heard. But, it doesn't make sense for her to be in that group, though. It was a juxtaposition. Like, they're just literally using her image to farm ad revenue. That's kind of fucked up. And that's why I'm upset about it. Not that it was her. What the person who runs the account was doing. How do I view my chat on Facebook? This is why I like stopped streaming on Facebook. It was just the most stupid, annoying bullshit stuff. I can't even load my notifications. I click my notifications tab. Normally I don't want to do this because I don't really want to dox friends and stuff. Can I scroll down so I'm not really doxing any names? Mostly. Oh, now it's loading though. So it's not even a point to it. The last relevant notification was from 7 weeks ago. You can tell how much I use Facebook. It's insane. I used to literally wish everyone on my friends list, which is like 1,200 people, happy birthday. Because I was on it like almost every single. Not like a obsessive scroller or anything, but I just like had to check my notifications at least once a day. Okay, come on, dude. How do I see my fucking live stream chat? This should not be hidden under like layers and layers of bullshit. It should just be one button to find, just like really easily. Is this gaming video? No, this is just like other people streaming. Like my bro Fate the Tatted Hate streams on here, and I'm following him. Browsed, recently watched, notifications, show notifications. Dude, how do I fucking... I know I'm live on Facebook because it tells me I'm live on Facebook. But I don't know how to see my chat or chat in my chat when I'm live. I can't even find my own stream. Like, what the fuck is Facebook streaming? This is such shit. I plan to stream on Kick tomorrow, but during this like chill bullshit, me just eating, talking. What's bio? What's bio? What's up, bio? Glad to see you, man. I'm just trying. I'm currently multi-streaming. Like I've been multi-streaming for a while because my Twitch automatically uploads stuff to my YouTube archive stream page. But now back to multi-streaming on Facebook, and I intend to do it. I used to do Mixer as well, but I'm just going to replace that with Kick now. And I'll probably do that tomorrow. Dude, I can't fucking figure it out. I'm giving up. I have no idea how to chat in my live stream in Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, good luck interacting with me. If you're watching on Facebook, come over to YouTube or Twitch, because I can chat in those chats. I tried Trovo and Kick as well. What'd you think about them, bro? Like, how you been lately? Give me updates. I haven't been around lately. I know, like, it's not... The reason I'm updated is because it's me. Like, you probably been streaming all over the place. And guys, by the way, Bio is the best Rage streamer on Twitch. And I guess Trovo and Kick as well. Now I'm talking in YouTube. Great. That's exactly what I needed. Let's try this again. Can you see in chat when I chat in the wrong chat? Or, dude, am I not using the right overlay? Is something with my overlays fucked up? I can't even see chat. Or what, does it only show Twitch chat? I bet you it only shows Twitch chat, not the other ones. I can't type all of a sudden. Okay. There we go. Dude, check out the... I forgot I added this tool. I can't even hear anything. I want to see your clip. Where's your clip? Is your clip playing? Dude, is my shit borked? We're gonna figure this out. Have you seen that new AI shoutout tool? It's so cool. I'm gonna take this fucking hat off. I don't know why I put this hat on. Dude, you can go back in the VOD. Was that this video? Yeah, that was... I put the hat on because I was being weird. I just want a regular hat. We're gonna go with my Penguins cap. The best sports team ever. Dude, look at how fucking nasty that shit is. Oh my god. I didn't even realize that. I must have played baseball or something. That's like baseball dirt. Or I was doing like some work. We're not wearing that hat. We'll wear another Pittsburgh team. This is just like one of the really crappy fall apart hats you get for showing up on game day. We got a Pirates hat, sorry. Anyways, they're both similar suits. I barely stream nowadays, man. Dude, I haven't streamed in like 2 months, I think. Besides that random ass fucking fitness stream, which was hilariously titled Getting a Streak Going. I had a whole streak of 1. Gotta love it, man. They're both similar to Twitch. I barely stream nowadays, man. How'd you feel about them, like, comparatively? Do you like them better? And what you dislike about them? I want to read this thing out loud. I love these AI. This is a fucking AI generated thing. It's like literally better than my shout outs. I don't remember. It was either you or maybe it was Disco Sleaze, the sleazy disco streamer. One of you guys like that said I had the best shout outs on Twitch. And then this fucking AI comes and even does it better. Like it just fucking It knows so much about you so quickly. It's insane. It's just like in an instant, it parses your entire streaming career. Like, what the fuck? When I tested it on me, it shouted out things about me that I forgot about. Bioxidus, the gaming survivor from Bulgaria, touched down in the Ace Combat 7 skies with a simple welcome. They're all about the Xbox Series X life, but don't sleep on their PC skills either. If you catch them live, it's a wild ride. If not, well, it is what it is. Keep an eye out for the next mission. It might just be the one that changes everything. That's fucking cool. Just not excited about streaming in general. The platform does not even matter anymore. I can understand that. I've definitely went through phases where I like wanted to do anything but stream, especially when I was doing that partner push as like one of the top EVE Online streamers. Dude, I burnt myself out so hard. I was like literally just thinking, no, there is no way in hell that I want to wake up and go live today. So I can understand. Like it's like I've also been the not excited, but I was totally fucking over it too, like way beyond that. I want to see if all my notifications stuff are working right, because like I haven't streamed in 2 months. Let me do some. We're going to do another shout out. Well, we know the merch timer works. I created new merch while I was in the void. Okay.
I'm just joking though. Are we getting a fourth?
Let me make sure that's coming out of the right.
Call Sweets. Call her.
There we go.
She don't sleep. Call her. She's
Yeah, I'm
probably,
gonna call.
she's probably
Okay,
awake,
I'll call her.
like looking at a wall somewhere. Call her.
Preacher. Well, let the clip finish.
Rain for the next.
Preacher of Valor, the sage of second chances, and grinding in the digital frontier. They've been on a quest for knowledge, asking the big questions about Warframe's grind. Literally, like, that's what he's been doing the past week, is just Warframe. We've been talking about it in his Discord. From skateboards to Texas, from skateboards in Texas to ninja fashion in space, they've been exploring it all. And don't forget their podcasting prowess as lunchtime hustles. This gamer dad's got more than one trick of his. Dude, he's got a new kid and he does like lots of food and spicy ramen and shit. These are so good. Okay, I'm gonna shout you out again, Bio. I want to see if it changes. If it's gonna give me a new one, or if it's just gonna do the same thing. I'm using you as my guinea pig. Okay, it does the same thing. Good to know. I just chill on the couch and play my Series X. Much more fun than grinding for views and getting. Yeah, so the most important thing is to like not let it get to your head. And I'm in such a better headspace now than I've ever been. But the only reason I haven't been streaming recently because I haven't had the time. Like I've been doing so much back end work. Like for example, the fucking merch store link that popped up. Let's click on that. So by default, because I am the streamer, I always have a tier 3 subscription to my own stream. If your link is connected to, like if your Twitch is linked to Stream Elements, when you log into the merch store, if you're a subscriber, you will get 10% off per your subscriber level. You don't even need to turn that on. It's crazy like all the settings they can do. But I gave the values, I don't think there were any values when I turned it on. By default, it's off. I turned it on and I set it to 10% per subscription level. So it's just like by default, like if you subscribe to the channel, you get 10% off any of the merch. So, and honestly, like the merch is not cheap. They set a base price and you do get to change the prices, but I left it at what the defaults were for now. I literally just like went through the process of getting this all uploaded recently, and I haven't really done much with it yet. We haven't done the official announcement yet. That's gonna be like tomorrow or Sunday or whenever I actually end up. Probably tomorrow. I think I'm supposed to do Warframe tomorrow. Yeah. Well, like Saturday, but I meant not tomorrow. I don't know if I'm streaming like tomorrow, like later Friday. I hate time. I like literally hate time because it makes it so hard for me to talk to people because I feel like I don't experience time the way 90% of human beings do. But anyways, Saturday will probably be the official like merch announcement stream. But like as the title says, this stream's just for the OGs. It's mostly for like me to like make sure everything still works and it's all set up correctly. It's like a troubleshooting stream really. And it's like also just a chill hanging out with you guys stream, which is why I'm gonna like watch YouTube videos and eat food, which is not something I normally do on stream because I think that's kind of like low tier, low quality content unless you're commentating. I'm not going to be commentating because I'm about to start shoving a fucking sub into my mouth. But once I'm done dribbling bullshit out of my mouth, let's turn dark mode off because that doesn't seem to really like it too much. Now you can kind of see the text. It hurts my eyes, but you can see the text. Literally, all I did for this first round of merch was upload my logo to everything they would let me upload it to. This is like a blanket and a mouse pad, and it's just super, super basic, but it's there. So people can, you can see like if you have the max tier 3 at 30%, it's pretty significant. And they're not unreasonable prices, like they're kind of nasty prices. I don't like them, but it's like when you see what the base price is, like I make for this I make 70 cents if someone buys this sticker. For full price I make $1 if someone buys this sticker. So it's not like I have huge markups on these things. I just left them at the default suggested prices for now, which is like unfortunately kind of average. Like these days a $40 hoodie is fucking average. A $25 t-shirt, kind of insane because I'm like still in the mindset of like $25 hoodies and $10 t-shirts, you know. But I've also like spent lots of time, most of my like clothes shopping is done at like Ross and fucking TJ Maxx and shit like that. So it's like I feel weird about having a $40 hoodie. But I bet if I were to go look at like Ninja's hoodie, it's like $80 or something. Let's go look. I'm just curious. Not to like shit on him. I'm just validating myself. I'm like, okay, is having a $45 hoodie a bad thing? If his hoodie's less than mine, then I'm gonna chop my penis off. No, I'm kidding. Dude, $60 and that's the hoodie. $60 for that. Okay, I'm fine. I don't feel bad anymore. I'm gonna upgrade my hoodie to $60 because my logo is bigger than his. No, I'm kidding. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. I'm gonna play that Soul Frame game when it comes out. I haven't heard of that. What's that game? I may do adjustments to these later. Like I want anyone who watches this feedback. Like hit me up on Twitter or post some shit in my Discord. Those are probably the best ways to like put it in a place where I'll see it. But for now, I like literally just threw the original logo up there. People have been asking for merch for a long time. So there it is. If anyone wants a logo shirt, logo mug, logo hoodie, we don't have hats yet because the hats need to be embroidered, and embroidery doesn't like gradients, and my whole logo is a massive fucking gradient. So I need to figure out a different version of it I think it's just gonna be. It's gotta be just red all the way through with a black outline. Otherwise, you won't be able to see it in front of the Singularity. If it were black with a red outline. I'll work with both versions, but I'm gonna get a version for the hat so they can. This isn't even fucking embroidered. This is like a sticker. It feels like. I'm curious. Yeah, it's literally just a damn sticker. But which is kind of what I was hoping they'd have one hat like this. I need to fucking brush my hair, but I don't feel like doing it right now. Especially because if I brush my hair, then I'm going to have a lot more loose hair, which might end up in my food. So I'm just going to put it in a ponytail for now, and let's not get hair in my food. But, yeah, so I'd love your feedback on the merch. And again, this is just like the first run. I plan to update the logo and make it 3D. Way cooler. I have Blender, and I'm going to teach myself Blender by converting my logo to 3D. And then I'm going to do a new round of merch. At that point, I'm probably going to get rid of all this merch and take it off the store. For two reasons. One, because the new logo is just going to be better in every single way. And two, it kind of creates like a little bit of exclusivity for the people that like these, like, it's a stealth stream for the OGs, and all this merch is for the OGs. I've got new merch planned, like gaming sayings and like actual random t-shirt designs and stuff I've been working on, but those designs are going to take me more time to do. Maybe I'll make some of them on stream. I don't know. We'll work that out as I come back to stream. I'm trying to stream every other day. I don't know if every day is viable for me right now because of just I don't have a team yet. And if I had like someone to do all the back end stuff, then I could probably come close to streaming almost every single day. But I don't, so I need to take days off to do all this like back end bullshit that allowed me to get this store up and stuff like that. And yeah, so I'm trying to stream every other day now, but just be fully consistent. Like I haven't been in about, I think 3 years ago was the last time I was really consistent with streaming. So that's gonna change. Like literally I took 2 days, I think, to set this store up. And it only took me 5 fucking years of streaming to finally get a merch store. And this is, again, for the OGs. Any of you that want like a Steel Drifter desk mat or a mouse pad, which the desk mat is like, I don't know what the dimensions are. It kind of annoys me. It doesn't say what the dimensions are. Maybe it does on the page. Yes, I have Doritos in a laundry basket now. Don't ask me why that just happened. Okay, it didn't say when I was uploading, but it did say, it does say on the page. I'd set it so you can do like any color you want. Or like not, it only lets me pick 5 colors. They have a lot more than 5 colors. That's one of the big things I'd like to hear back from you guys. If there's any color changes or any design changes, like it was a super rough cutout of my logo, because if you actually look at the real logo, it has a second outer purple ring, but the original logo is a square, and the separate outer purple ring, most of it is outside of the square, and it just enters in different points. So I just cut out that outer square and left in only the Singularity. When I do like the 3D logo, it's gonna be so much better. And because I'm gonna like separately create the singularity, then if gravity waves coming off of it, and then some distance in front of it, I'll have the X dude. And I think that's just it's gonna look fucking awesome when it's done. So, but in the meantime, we have the original logo that I've had for 5 years on like basically any merch you could want. If there's anything you don't see that you want, let me know, and I'll try and find a way to get it on the merch store. But yeah, anyone who wants original logo Steel Drifter merch, it exists now. And I don't have any of it myself yet because I have to pay costs to get it. But I'm definitely gonna get some shit. I want the zip up. I love zip up hoodies. Gonna go with the black. Just like everything I own is black. Notice how every single one of these has a black option that has color option. Dude, what do I want? I want so I want this. I'm gonna get the mouse pad and the desk mat probably. I'm gonna get a bunch of stickers. I definitely need the mug. I'm just gonna use the mug on stream. I think the mug is the thing that looks the best, honestly, out of everything. I need an apron. I 100% need an apron. I kind of want to get the phone. Does it tell you which phone? Oh, no, it does. I don't have it. I'm the... Holy shit, these are old ass phones. I'm the S21 Plus. Well, what does it have? Like the iPhone 4? No, it's got all the new iPhone phones, so. God, I hate iPhones sometimes. It's just like... No, it's not even that I hate iPhone. I just hate iPhone users because they're like clicky little high school kids. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm going to say about that. But I definitely want some of the tank tops, maybe. I absolutely want the apron and the zip up and the mug. I can't wait to get some of my own merch. But I'm too broke to buy my own merch right now. So you guys should buy my merch so I can buy my merch. How does that sound? I'm not going to say that during the actual merch announcement. This one's just for the OG. Oh, now the fucking letters are loading properly. Whatever. I love dark mode. I can't not use dark mode. It's just sometimes you got to turn it off. Certain websites don't like it. I think actually Star Wars Combine, I have it off by default. Star Wars Combine is the RPG that I'm literally always playing. I'm actually bounty hunting right now, and I forgot to finish shooting this bandit squad. Okay, perfect. They're still at range. I need to switch from my long-range sniper rifles to my mid-range sniper rifle, which I have stored on this speeder here. So I've got, gonna drop my X45, equip an A280. The annoying thing though is equipping my troops. To equip my troops, I need to use an NPC fit out. To use NPC fit outs, I need to assign them a tag, but they already have a different tag assigned. So I'm gonna filter them by the speeder that I have them in, because otherwise I've got like 500 NPCs and I'd never find them. And then I'm gonna assign the tag H for heavy armor, because these are my main squad, which are all equipped with heavy armor, which is really rare and expensive, but it's necessary if you're a master bounty hunter. You just take so much damage otherwise. I need the 280s, which are mid-range sniper rifles. They actually deal less damage than the X45s I was using. But the reason you use them is because it's not going to matter for this shot that I'm going to take right now. Once I you still have to do one thing. I didn't tell them to drop and pick up. I've made this mistake actually today already. I never make this mistake. But then once you change their fit out, you need to tell them to drop their old fit out and pick up the new one. This guy's my scout, and for a while I did have a separate scout fit out, but it was way easier to just come and put his binoculars and his sensor sharing back on than to actually click an entirely separate fit out for him, because then I need to apply 2 different fit outs instead of just applying the same fit out to everyone and giving him the ability to make me see again. So, alright, now we can exit the terrain with our new shorter range sniper rifles. The reason we want these ones is because if we look at, so the bandit squad doesn't really matter. They generally have kind of crappy weapons. He actually has a 280, so he's going to be at range to hit us with the same thing we are. What we're doing is managing our optimal ranges here, kind of like we would in EVE Online. So if you look at this guy, he's got Relby, which is too short to hit me from here, and a E11B, which will hit me at this range, but is much lower damage than my sniper rifle. He's gonna add some glancing blows. These 2 guys are just gonna get utterly deleted, and they're probably gonna run around, so we're just gonna kill them before they run out of my vision range. This guy is what we're here to bounty hunt. I actually shot him once earlier. You can see they have some damage, but it's not my puck. It's a puck that was given to me by a friend, and if you're using a friend's puck, they've made over ownership to me, but I didn't originally draw the puck from the bounty office. So if we use my fob real quick, which is hitting my robe, you can see when I access the information, it was originally accepted by Micah Norris, who's actually the leader of the exchange. I pull most of my pucks from the Bunami Exchange Corporation because I just love the roleplay. If you don't know who the Exchange in Star Wars is, then you don't know enough about Star Wars. Go read about them. It's one of the coolest organizations in Star Wars. But the problem, if you have one of these pucks, it needs to be in your top layer. If you own the puck, if you originally pulled the puck, it doesn't matter. The game will automatically recognize you as the person chasing the target, and they'll only run away if they manage to reduce you below 30% health, or you attack with a massive creature like a Rancor. But if you pulled the puck from someone else, like a friend gave me this puck from a puck exchange, you need to have it in the top layer of your inventory, because the game will check to see if you have the puck when you're attacking the target, but only checks the top layer. So the problem was I had it in the bounty fob, and I had the bounty fob in my robe. So it was 2 layers down. But now, what I normally do is I just forgot to take the puck out of the fob. I have the puck out of the fob now, so I can attack him without him running away. But I can't see him right now because I took off my sensor sharing device. So let's put that back on. But I'm not going to attack him yet because he's not moving. The bounty hunting squads don't move. They stay in one position, and if they get spooked, they move to another grid entirely. They also run if you try and land on the grid with a ship. You have to. The reason I'm down here in speeders is because you have to bring speeders down to the ground level, or they'll run away. Or you can cross terrain from the left or the right, but that takes a lot longer. Or you could top or bottom or corners, I guess. But you get what I'm saying. But the reason we're using, yep, that's exactly what I was hoping to see. The A280s, even though they deal less damage. Oh my God, there's 2 of them. Even though they deal less damage than an X45, there's 3 of them, 4 of them. So this guy has a 280, so he's going to be at optimal range, so he's going to hit us too. whenever a NPC or a player has two weapons equipped like this, they use whichever one's closer to their optimal. These have an optimal of 2 and they hit out to like 5. This has an optimal of 9, I think. And it'll hit down to like 4 or 5. So at 7, we are way closer to this. This is what he's going to hit us with. That guy also has a 280. And that guy has a 280. The bowcaster is what he's going to hit us with. That's a little bit shorter range than the 280. But this is a Night Stinger. This is the best sniper rifle in the game. It's literally better than the one I was using, which is the second best sniper rifle in the game. If you go look, there are minimal differences to it. You could argue that the X45 is better, but I think the Night Stinger is better. Personal weapons, because I want to do this sorting. So if you look, the X45 and the Night Stinger are the only two weapons in the game that can deal 85 damage per round. And the reason the Night Stinger is better, in my opinion, is because it has a lower minimum damage. So it's going to deal higher DPS over an extended period of time, because it's never going to hit for 45. The lowest it can hit for is 50. The reason you could argue that the X45 is better is because it's not on that page, but you go and look here on this page, they actually have a different drop-off stat. It's got an extra 0.5 drop-off, so it is going to hit in a wider range outside of its optimal range. You can hear this has a 7, you can see here this has a 75% hit at 10, whereas like at 10 it has, the Night Stinger has a less than 75% chance hit. And same thing for 16. Like this will hit out to 16 with a 75% hit chance. This has slightly less than 75% hit chance to 16. Now if you go look at, and if you go look at these, once you get down to 7, which is where we're at, you're below a 25% chance hit. Now if you go look at the A280, which is the third strongest weapon in the game, arguably, once you get to this level, all of these weapons, I would say the 280 is equally powerful to an Ambin. An Ambin is just a discount X45. It's literally the same thing. Like it's got that 10. It is slightly better with fall off. But, and it's got less firepower, but that's just because it doesn't hit as hard. Got the same optimal range. It's got the same one-hit max sniper damage. So the Amban sniper rifle is just the discount broken snipers. And then you've got the heavy shotgun, which is the best close range weapon. You've got the chakrams, which are like kind of a weird close range weapon. And you've got ELGs, which are the best pistols. Shotguns are kind of better than the chakrams or the pistols, but not that much better that like using one is more optimal than the other. It's like all situational type stuff. Like you can apply poison to this, which you can't apply to any of the other ones, which would theoretically grant it better DPS than the shotgun, but the shotgun gets better DPS because it has bigger damage per hit, and when you crit, the multiplier is based off your damage per hit, not your max damage. So there's just all sorts of weird little things that go into that. But basically the primary reason we're switching to those A280s, and did I do the drop and pickup? Are they holding A280s? They are. Is so that we can shoot these guys, this guy, like this guy we're just gonna obliterate with one shot right now. But those other guys, we're going to be able to shoot them without getting hit by those Night Stingers, because those Night Stingers will kill one of my NPCs in 3 hits. Like, he got hit with a 280, and you saw what one of the 280s did to him. That fucking hurt, man. We're gonna have to heal him with my medikit. That guy. But anyways, dude, this is gonna be the most random bullshit stream I have ever done, by the way, probably. Except for maybe there was one Eve stream. You might remember this because you were back from the historic days. There was an Eve stream. I was gonna do like an Abyssal 101 or something. No, I was gonna do an Abyss challenge. This was when I was doing those Frigate Abyss challenges. I had a new weird build that I wanted to try, like a fucking Nemesis or a Venture or something. I was gonna be like, can I clear the Abyss in this? I ended up doing a 15-hour stream where I never even opened an Abyss portal, because that was also the period where I had all the new young bros coming in. So I did a 15-hour stream where all I did was 101s for young bros. And I remember one of the biggest things I did, I actually went into Lowsec with a Cloaky transport to show people how to do the Starburst, aka the Cloaky micro warp drive trick. But the same company that made Warframe makes it. Oh, inspired by Elden Ring? Bro, like, you don't even need to tell me that's gonna be good. I know it's gonna be good. Because, like, the company that makes Warframe is like what Bethesda used to be. It's like the amount of love they pour into Warframe is mind-boggling, bro. So, like, seeing them attempting to make a Souls-like, oh, I would love to see it. Now, I'm gonna say it might have a rough release, because Warframe looks nothing like it did at release. They did an entire movement and melee overhauls at various points in time. So, but there aren't game studios that have a passion like the Warframe game studio does anymore. Who makes Warframe again? I need to make sure that's updated, because I'm literally doing Warframe tomorrow. It's a plan. Well, Saturday. The plan to do Warframe Saturday. So let me go on Steam and make sure that's updated. Who the fuck makes Warframe? It's gonna piss me off the moment I look it up, because I know Digital Extremes. There it is. I've got hours in Warframe. I should know from looking at the fucking startup screen. But hey, it is what it is. That sounds really cool, bro. Yeah, I can't wait to try that. Is it on Steam like Warframe? I'm hoping. I can understand why it wouldn't be, because so many people are. That's sort of what it sounded like when you said it, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. But so many people are trying to either. Okay, it's not on Steam yet. So many people are trying to like either work outside of the Steam architecture with their own stuff like Origin or GOG or Epic, or they're just keeping it off Steam for a while before they port it over. Like Forza Horizon does, but that's a GOG thing. That's a Origins type thing. I'm thinking more of like, I'm talking more about independent developers that do that thing. Like if Tarkov were eventually to go on stream, right? Like right now, the only way to buy Tarkov is through their website. I think. It's been years since I bought Tarkov. But like eventually maybe it would show up on Steam. And it's one of those things where a lot of people do that because I think you make more money if you don't sell through Steam. Because Steam's going to take their cut, right? The big reason you go on Steam, though, is because of the community. One, it's the largest online games marketplace in the world. Two, it's the forum discussions, the community support with troubleshooting, the reviews. Like Steam reviews are pretty much the single most important type of exposure any game can get, as far as I'm concerned. Like I trust a Steam review way more than I trust like PC Mag reviews or like most streamer reviews. Because like if it's like Asmongold or like Mudahar or someone like them is reviewing a game, I'm gonna be like, all right, this is a legit review. Like Charlie, those dudes will just be like, yo, this game fucking sucks. This is the worst game I've ever played. But there are lots of streamer reviews out there, and like sometimes streamers that I kind of like to watch. It's like, dude, you're just being paid to promote this bullshit, and it's obvious. But anyways, weird random tangent aside, I did my Star Wars cooldowns. I'm gonna forget to take the next shot in 30 minutes, but it doesn't care because those guys are dead now. They're gone. These guys don't have aggro, and I don't think they're aggressive. Docile, yeah. So they won't attack me just randomly. But there are things that will attack me just randomly. Like I actually just killed a fucking are they huge? They're medium. Yeah, they're medium. I just killed a Gundark. And those will slice you up. Well, a squad of Gundarks. I think they have how many per party? They have 4 per party because a party total is 12 and they have a 3-party slot. Dude, firepower 33, 30 to 45, maximum hits 3. These guys hit harder than my sniper rifles do. Like, yes, they only have 4 of them, and I have 12 sniper rifles, 13 if you count myself. But it's just one of those things where it's like, at range, I can take them out in 2 shots. But if they close to me, they might kill one of my NPCs in 1 shot. Like I've never lost NPCs to Gundarks, but I have lost them to Nexus. And these guys, you can see they're kind of worse. You only have 3 of them, but they hit 2 shots of 85 max. Each one of these guys is carrying around a fucking sniper rifle. He just does it to you at point blank range. And I'm pretty sure these guys apply poison too. So I lost 2 NPCs to a pack of these once. I got really mad about it because it was my scout NPC. Like if you actually go and look at my stats for my NPCs in my squad, like these guys haven't applied their next one yet. So that's why a lot of them have uneven skill points. But like let's look at this guy. He's got all his skills spent. He is actually going to be kind of a bad example though because he's not a rifleman. He's an unarmed brawler, so his skill point different. This is my scout. And this is the important one because if you look here, he has 5 perception, and then his combat stat is like a 3 and a bunch of 2s. But if you go and compare him to one of the other non-scout brand riflemen, who I think is going to be slightly higher level, because my scout died and I had to replace him, but I've been training him up individually. So I'll compare levels in a second. We don't want items, we want his skill points. But if you look at his skill points, he's got 0s down here, and he's got he will have 4s in strength and dex and projectile weapons. So that's like I had to train up a new scout because like all the other riflemen are like essentially the same, and I have another squad of riflemen, which I'm an idiot. And I left out normal. This is my whole scout squad. There is an individual scout in this squad too, which is Gorg Balls. He was my first ever scout, and I made him my scout because I just thought it was the funniest name ever. It was like Gorg Balls. I want that guy with me every single day. But then once he was max level, I moved him over here with this. You can see they're all level 10. This is a full level 10 squad. This is like my backup squad because my main squad, they are all currently sub level 10, because there's kind of no point in tacking with a level 10 squad unless you need their max skills, which you pretty much only need that for PvP or like really hard PvE, which is why I carry a level 10 squad with me as backup. Like if one of these guys gets too low to a point where I can't heal him up, I will sub out. I'll sub him out for a level 10 like max rank rifleman that has more HP and higher dex and more damage potential. But for the most part, it's more advantageous to train these guys up by hand. You also have squads that will train up over time passively. It takes like 10 weeks, I think, to train them to max level. No, 20 weeks. Because they get about a level per 2 weeks. I think, if I remember correctly. But it's way faster to train him by hand. Like this guy's almost max level. He's one of my oldest NPCs. Like originally my main like training squad was all Gran. But I've been like making customs and I'm coming up with like an RP squad. Like this is a lost soul, which that's a very unique NPC type that only happens when a player drops a character. So this was some player that quit, and that's why it's got such an insane, unique NPC skin. This is like the coolest avatar I've ever seen in this game. And someone just dropped the character. They have a fucking female hut in a corset and a big hat. And they just stopped playing this character in a trading station for some reason. So they were NPC owned, and anything that's like NPC owned that isn't, you can claim it. Now, if there is a NPC system called Darkness, and things that are also quest owned, you can't claim those. Those are like the game NPCs that you interact with. But if like you were to like, is there a drop right now? No, I already picked it up. But like anytime you kill one of those guys, there's a very small percentage drop. They'll drop one of the gears. So like one of those guys had a 280 on him. If he dropped his 280, it would show up here on the scanner under items, and it would show up red, and it would say hostile. When I go look at it in an equipment page, it would say NPC owned. Like, see, you can say my A280s are like owned by me, and like all my other gears owned by me, but the heavy battle armor is actually owned by the Antarian Rangers, which is the faction that I'm affiliated with, because this shit's like really expensive, because it's very tightly controlled by the Rebel Alliance, and it's way better than regular armor. But the Rebel Alliance is very strict about ownership. Like, I don't think they'd ever just sell me this armor. So it allows the Antarian Rangers, being an ally of the Rebel Alliance, to own the armor as like a faction level. But like individual characters, they're not really cool with that, because it's very restricted technology. It's like the only advantage they have on the ground over the Empire. The Empire has stormtroopers and stormtrooper equipment and all that stuff, which is kind of scary. Stormtroopers work as really cool combination shock troops, whereas like the rest of the galaxy needs to focus on either riflemen or melee troops. And stormtrooper armor is kind of cool too, just because it's stormtrooper armor. I don't think it's any better than regular combat armor. Let's find out. I'm curious now. The whole reason I don't have music on isn't because of like stuff. Normally I have the music in the background. I don't care about copyright claims or anything like that. I just stop playing songs that get muted on my stream But I've been meaning to watch a video. I just haven't done it yet. I've been streaming for like probably a fucking hour already, and I haven't even started the video that like I was gonna start watching before the stream, but then I was like, you know what? I'll turn on the stream and watch the video and eat my food while I stream. And now my food's fucking cold. I gotta go heat up my food. But wait, let me do something real quick, and then I'll take a break and heat up my food. What the? Oh, the armor. I wanted to see Stormtrooper armor. Is it any better than regular armor? Items. Armor. So my regular troops use battle armor, which has an armor of 10. That's the main thing. Like weight kinda matters too, but not so much. Clone Trooper armor, Stormtrooper armor has an armor of 10. The Stormtrooper helmet has an armor of 5, and my base guys use the tactical helmets. So it's not better according to that. Same weight and volume. Fewer per batch. Higher per unit value. So they might be harder to produce than regular armor. Let's see. Weight stats. 11 and 0.2. So the Stormtrooper armor is slightly better than battle armor because it weighs less, which means lower strength troops can use it easily. The Snowtrooper armor is cool, but the rebels have like equivalent. Oh, it's not as good. The rebel special armor is not as good as the Snowtrooper armor, but the rebel trooper armor is basically the same as the Snowtrooper. But the point is like the Empire has a lot of advantages on the ground, but to counter that, the Rebel Alliance and their affiliates Rogue Squadron have this one major advantage on the ground. Heavy battle armor is kind of ridiculous to the point that with enough armor, if you add heavy armor, battle armor, and a riot shield, which is what my loadout is, and my NPC loadout is, they just have a custom image on the riot shield because they were the cheaper ones. Your total armor is 28, which makes it so light blasters, which a lot of droids are equipped with. Like the tank droid is probably the best example. This guy has a lot of HP and only one party slot. So you can like have as much or more HP than players. Like some players have way more HP than this. Like I think I've seen up to 600. But like this guy has more HP than a lot of low racial modifier, low strength, low level players, because there's 3 stats that do HP. You have your level, you have your strength skill, and then you have your racial modifier, which it's between 1 and 2.5. It will just multiply your HP based on like how tough you are. Like a Wookiee is gonna have a higher racial modifier than a Duros, which is what I am. I have the lowest possible modifier of 1. But I'm also I'm better in space anyways. I'm a max skill fighter pilot. You like can't find a better fighter or freighter pilot than. But these light blasters, they will legitimately do 0 damage sometimes. They will hit someone in full heavy armor, and normally they do 1 or 2, but it will actually say was unaffected by the attack sometimes. And lots of creatures just won't hurt you with heavy armor at all. But the big reason you need that heavy armor is because it takes those 85 sniper hits down to like 45 sniper hits, and you're not just gonna have your entire squad obliterated by an enemy squad with 1 shot that way. But anyways, so like random, it's literally been 20 minutes since I did that, and it's like basically by the time I heat up my sub, I'm gonna have to go play the fucking Star Wars game again and attack the actual tough dudes that like are gonna tank my shit. Because if we look at the bounty hunting squad, they probably, yeah, they have heavy armor on too. The thing that sucks about the bounty hunter squads versus the bandit squads is the bandit squads can drop cool random shit like lightsaber parts that sell for 20 million a pop. But the advantage of the bounty hunting squad is that bandit squads have like just random ass gear assigned to them, like just the most random shit everywhere. And while the bounty hunter squads are less likely to have these utility slots filled with like high value, really cool items, they just have basic useful shit like binoculars, a healing stick, and what was the other one I saw a lot of? Oh, the sensor linker. It's a multiple sensor projector, I believe technically is what it's called. But, well, I can just tell you. Multiple sensor pack. But effectively all it does is it allows 2 things to share vision. Or like a creature, a character to share vision with either another character equipped with a sensor pack, or like a vehicle, a droid, a creature, or a ship. So that's a really cool item, but they're like super cheap. But the reason that fighting these guys is cool is because they have a chance to drop these, which are the 2nd best pistols in the game. This, which is the best built belt in the game. These, which is the 2nd best armors in the game. The only thing being better is Beskar armor, which is like insanely hard to get. I don't think anyone has a full set of Beskar armor yet. I know some people have some pieces. I know a Beskar armor. It's very, very difficult to be like a Beskar armor. You have to be like the best bounty hunter ever and do lots of Beskar shit, basically. Because the only way to get Beskar Ingot is through bounty hunting, right now. But these guys also have a chance to drop the Night Stinger, which is the best rifle in the game. Bowcasters are okay. These are the guns that I give every new bounty hunter as a mid-range weapon. So my mid-range weapon is the A280s, or I can but like when you don't have A280s, bowcasters are great. But like this guy, like shotguns are great, vibroblades are great. Like all this gear on all of these guys is good as far as the weapons and armor. But when you look at like the regular bandits, it's like totally haphazard. Like if we go over to the rules, it's down here. Base bandits, ground bandits. Oh no, that's not what I want. Bandit fit outs. So there's the nice thing about bandits that bounties don't have is you can spawn these droids, and then if you disable them with ion blasters, you can use a restraining bolt to capture them and gain control of it. I don't ever capture the K4 droids. They're not worth it. You can buy them for cheaper than the bolts themselves, I think, at an NPC shop. These guys are all totally worth it though. These are super tanky. these are kind of just cool for the role play, but they're like also decent combat droids. But these are just really good all around combat droids. They have the best blasters that droids can have in the game, and they have a lot of HP. Their downside though is that they're a 1.5 party size, so you can't have a full 12 of them in a party, which means each one is going to take more damage than say like 12 NPCs would when being fired at by 12 other NPCs. But as far as like just, they're really nice to have in spaceships, because spaceships often have limited passenger capacity where you can't have your full party size anyways. So you get like one party member that's like a party member and a half, because he's got a lot of shields, which will regenerate faster than health. And hull doesn't regenerate, but shields regenerates hourly, and health only regenerates daily. Plus he's got decent dodge and dex and projectile weapons, like not as good as NPCs but still good enough to do. And he's got these, where are they, heavy blasters, which I think are actually better than the ELG pistols, but I don't feel like doing that comparison right now because I'm hungry as fuck. So I'm gonna go start my sandwich in the microwave. I'm gonna take a real quick ad break, and when I'm back from the ad break, we will do the I'll have my sandwich heated up, and we'll do this video that I want to watch because I'm just curious. Like, I like Ben Shapiro, but not because I like actually like Ben Shapiro. I think he's an insufferable douchebag. He's actually right about a lot of things, but he never gets his point across because he's an insufferable douchebag. So people just always react to him negatively. And the reason I love Shapiro douchebag, that's just his name now. He just should change his Twitter handle to that. No, I'm kidding. The reason I love Ben Shapiro is because it's just entertainment. It's pure base entertainment. You watch how angry and mean he gets. And it's just like, this is a vile human being. And the weird thing is, I believe he actually has good intentions. He just goes about it in like the most like cringe ways sometimes. And the thing is, he's like often right, or at the very least not wrong. But it's just like, dude, no, that's not the way. So I want to see what he did this time. But I'm hungry first. I need to figure out what I'm going to do during ad breaks on Kick and, well, I guess YouTube doesn't matter because I don't really stream on YouTube. That's just my archive channel. The problem with streaming on YouTube is the copyright strikes, to be honest. I don't want to deal with that bullshit. And I listen to copyrighted music during my streams. So I think I'm actually going to make multiple stream archive channels, just because one of the reasons I actually stopped streaming was kind of, I had 3 copyright strikes on 2 copyright strikes on my archive channel from music in my streams. And like, I'm talking legit strikes, not claims. Okay, so basically the difference is, for those of you who don't know about all of YouTube's insane bullshit, claims just basically mean that you can't monetize the video, and they can probably monetize the video and get the money from your video, which is kind of like fucked. but there are there's sort of like it is what it is, right? It's like you have to be careful about how, like, especially commentary channels and stuff, they have to be careful how much content they use for stuff they're trying to monetize, because like if they're the person they're commentating on can just claim their monetization. That's like absolutely terrible and maybe illegal to do, but the YouTube system allows it. And then there's a whole process of like having to get the claim taken down. But they can also submit a strike, and a strike is like just a huge big red X. It takes the video down entirely, I believe, and it also, if you get 3 strikes, they just nuke your account. So I had 2 strikes for like some copyrighted music, and the worst thing is it wouldn't even tell me. I noticed it way after, so it was hard to like figure it out. I think they may have said originally, but I'll have to look and see if there's an email, because I'm pretty sure they send emails. But this is one of the reasons why I need a manager for all this bullshit. I like didn't even realize till like weeks after, or like days after, that I had 2 actual strikes on the archive channel. So like one more strike and it could just get nuked, which entirely defeats the point of having an archive channel, because this is supposed to protect anything that gets nuked from Twitch. I need to figure out what happened with those videos that did get struck. Like, do they just not exist anymore? Hopefully I can download them and store them offline or something. But I also need to figure out, I'm just gonna run a second archive channel now, because that way I'll be able to switch to the other one if the one gets too many strikes, and hell, maybe I'll make a third. But that way I'll be able to keep streaming like every other day and not worry about stocking up too many strikes on those archive channels. But like the whole reason I have no intention of ever just full-time streaming to YouTube the way I do on Twitch, and I did on Mixer, and I will on Kick, is because of their whole like copyright bullshit, where I can't just like listen to a song in the background without dealing a whole bunch of bullshit. I'm fine actually with the way Twitch does it. At least I have never gotten a strike on my channel. I get muted VODs all the time, and then I will look through my playlist for a song that caused that portion of the VOD to be muted, because like Twitch sends you an email with the actual things, I think, if I remember correctly, and I just remove them from the playlist, you know. So it's a shame, because like some of my favorite artists have been taken off my stream playlist, but I'm trying not to get the VODs muted, but at the same time I still want to listen to the music I want to listen to. So I like put something on and then I take it off if it mutes the VOD, for 2 reasons. 1, so it doesn't mute the VOD. 2, I don't really care if it, because I don't really care if it mutes the VOD, but like people who watch it back later will care. So I would like literally just play whatever I wanted all the time. But there is a small consideration for that. But if I'm being completely honest, the real reason is that like if they mute it in the VOD once and detect it, and they detect it multiple times, then that increases the chance that I would have a strike, I'd imagine. I think that's the reason I've never gotten a strike, even though I've always listened to copyrighted music. Like if I notice a song gets muted on the VOD, I take it out of the playlist. I'm sure there are songs that I've played multiple times without noticing, but I do my best to try and take them all out. But I'm gonna do that ad break now. I'm gonna go heat up my cold ass subs that I've had for like literally 2 hours now, but I still haven't fucking eaten. Actually 2.5 hours, because I recorded a 30-minute video for this that I am gonna post on YouTube before I even started streaming. So I'm gonna heat up my cold ass subs, and then I'll be back and see what the fuck shit Ben Shapiro. I'm gonna see what Ben Shitstepper stepped in today, or whenever this happened. What's my ad button? There it is. Okay, guys, I got a life hack for you. Moist paper towels. Take a full-size paper towel. Put it under the sink. Squeeze the water out of it, like 80% of it probably. I don't know the exact percent, but it should be to the point where it's like still wet, but it's not dripping anymore. Like obviously still wet, but not dripping anymore. If you do that and then wrap your subs in it, or any sandwich, really. In this case, I have a 14-inch sub from GetGo with it's like chicken fingers with marinara sauce and mozzarella sticks. It's one of my favorite, and for years it's been one of my I'm gonna be a delinquent child and stuff my face full of fat food today type subs. And I actually think I probably figured this out from these subs, because I used to get them originally. I started when I was working as a bakery driver and delivery driver, so it's just like often I'd get like food on the way home from work and then not eat it till I got home, because sometimes I had to do work stuff on the way home, because I was just like being efficient, wrapping it up, etc. And then I'd like have to heat it back up. The other thing I found is, I don't even remember how I got them dry. Oh, the refrigerator. If you leave one in the refrigerator, it will, I like when I was like really struggling for a while and I didn't have EBT, I would get this and only eat one of them, because they always cut it in two. It's a 14-inch sub for $12. It's like way more food than any other foot-long sub. So I would, when I was like super broke and I didn't have EBT, I would make 2 meals out of this. So it would be like dinner that night and lunch the next day. So it would be like on a Friday. I would get Friday night, come home from work, get the 14-inch sub, and I'd save the second half for the next day for lunch, but it would get dried out in the fridge, right? But because that's basically how they kind of work. They suck moisture out of the air, and the moisture is like what the heat is contained in. So sucking moisture out, that's why like your AC unit will also make your room air drier, and you often need to run a humidifier during the winter, which but anyway, during the winter, I meant the summer. Anyway, it all depends on your local area too. Just refrigeration dehydrates things is the main point there. So you'd get it and it would be like super crusty, like crunchy bread, and I mean it's not bad because like GetGo bread, like all of it's from Giant Eagle. GetGo is a gas station owned by our local grocery store, like Wegmans type place. So it's like Wawa, but Wegmans quality food. It's better than Wawa. I'd say it's better than Sheetz in 90% of the situations, but Sheetz has some of the best fried food I've ever seen. Like those mac and cheese bites, the Wisconsin cheese puffs or what, like Sheetz wins in fried food. GetGo wins in every other kind of food. The GetGo near me, at least, didn't even have fryers at first. They would like microwave half the shit. But like they got them now. They've had them for years. They had them when they got rid of the panini maker. I would have rather had the panini maker, to be honest. But I remember back then I used to get hash browns. They used to get a hash brown with the breakfast sandwich. They have massive breakfast sandwiches there. And oh my god, they would microwave the hash brown. And watching them microwave the hash brown just kind of hurt my soul a little bit because I love microwaves. I used to be weird and kind of snobby about them until I actually worked as a line cook in a real kitchen, and then now I love microwaves. But there's a time and a place. They work for certain things and they don't work for other things. And I don't think I was even really a line cook at that point. But even now, I still have the same thing towards the microwave hash brown. That's just cringe because that's something that needs to be fried, either like air fried or deep fried or pan fried, or hash browns just don't taste right unless they're not fried, unless they're fried. But yeah, other than that, like, and they have fryers now, so all the food is amazing. But Sheets still, there's just something about their fried food that sets it apart. Like you can get mozzarella sticks at fried mozzarella. Well, obviously they're on my fucking sandwich, and they're really good. But Sheets mozzarella sticks are better. But Sheets doesn't have a massive 14-foot sub that's like literally bigger than my face with mozzarella sticks and marinara sauce on it. Sheets subs are like this big, and it's like the same price as this, and I don't get it. And it's just like every time I've gotten a Sheets sub, I'm like, so I need 3 of these to make a full sub, right? And I get this, and it's a fucking sub and a half. But anyways, I'm gonna watch the video and stuff my face now.
So people are unhappy about this.
Are they?
And let's be real about this.
Ow, it's
insane
so
to
loud.
raise the retirement age in the United States. It's totally crazy. Joe Biden.
It's really loud because I was watching Voidzilla earlier, which is CoffeeZilla when he's not in some massive investigation where he's like crawling up Logan's asshole or whatever. But his Voidzilla, I don't know if it's editing or if it was just the one video, but it was so quiet. I actually tweeted at him. He's probably not gonna see it. I don't know if CoffeeZilla or Tozy have seen any of my tweets. I don't really care. I just think I tweeted them anyways. But I tweeted at CoffeeZilla. I was like, bro, you got to get your editor to turn the volume or shit of it on your video, because I was watching his Voidzilla video today about the whole Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross thing, which I think is funny as fuck, by the way. And I'd already seen Mutahar comment on it, I believe, which is Some Ordinary Gamers right there. I want to see this video. Like, I don't like IGN. I just want to know the reasons he doesn't like IGN. But I'd already seen Mutahar video, but I really, really wanted to hear CoffeeZilla's take on the whole thing, especially because just of like his history with Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross. Like, he has history with them, whereas like Mutahar really doesn't, as far as I know. And it was just a really, really quiet video. I had to max all my volumes everywhere to hear it over like my space heater. So that's why I was maxed out. I want to see. I'm curious now. I got on Twitter. Did he respond? Nope. I probably didn't even see it. I imagine that dude just like has 90% of Twitter just tuned out because he's got to catch so much hate from the weird crypto bros that still love the dude that scammed them for everything he had. It doesn't make sense. Why are people so dumb? All right, let's just look at a very mean person, someone who's not dumb but is very mean. He's so mean that he kind of comes across as dumb because people don't even want to understand what he's saying because they refuse to listen to him.
Happy about this.
And let's be real about this. It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age in the United States. It's totally crazy. Joe Biden.
I just want to process that real quick. It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age in the United States. I can both agree and disagree with that. Yes, because people just keep living longer than ever. And that's like one of the reasons that social security is having trouble. Because it's like, used to be people living to their 60s, now it's people living to their 160s. No, I'm kidding. No one's gone that far as yet. But I do know people are, I think people are getting into the 110s and stuff. So there's just like a massive thing of like, it's literally at that point, if you went on, I think it's 65, right? We're starting to reach a point with our healthcare where it might be viable for someone to spend more of their life on retirement, like official government retirement, than off it, which is not the way it's supposed to work as far as retirement. I think we have an advanced and developed enough society that nobody should ever have to work. But as long as we are a work-focused society, and the ideal is you put your dues in and then you rest on your laurels. Well, as long as people are going to be living longer, you can't allow people to keep resting on their laurels at the same age. Otherwise, we're going to have more people not working, living off a system that requires people to work to feed into it than there are people who work feed into it. So it's definitely an issue in that respect. On the other side of the coin, though, I can say most of the old people I've worked with should have retired years ago because they just weren't capable of doing the job anymore. There's always outliers, of course. There's always the one dude that you're like, bro, that guy's older than me, but he makes me feel old somehow. Like, what the fuck? How does he do it, right? There's always that one outlier. But generally, when I'm talking like older people, and I'm thinking like, I don't want to give an age because like, when I mean older people, I mean people specifically who have begun to fall apart. You know, for some people that happens at like fucking 40. Younger than that. Other people, they're like solid through like the 70s and 80s. So like I mean people that are experiencing age-related decrepitness, whether it be of the mind or the body, regardless of the actual number attached to it. I don't know if we should necessarily increase the retirement age because of that, because people's minds aren't getting sharper. If anything, people's minds are getting dumber. So it's like, do we really want to force people to keep working when they aren't capable of working anymore? Because that sounds like a really bad idea to me. Let's see what he has to say. So I think, like, I wasn't like, now I know where I come down on. I wasn't sure when I started that, but like, people living longer versus people being forced to work that shouldn't be working anymore. That's just not, yeah. I think we need to find other solutions than raising the retirement age.
Joe Biden should not be running for president. Hey, Joe Biden is 81.
So now that I've made my decision about the video, even though I haven't watched it yet, let's watch the video.
Years old. The retirement age in the United States at which you start to receive Social Security and you are eligible for Medicare is 65. Joe Biden has technically been eligible for Social Security and Medicare for 16 years, and he wants to continue in office until he is 86, which is 19 years, past when he would be eligible for retirement. No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem.
I agree with that statement. Just that last line. Frankly, I think retirement is a stupid idea unless you have some kind of health problems. I'll include mental health problems or anything like that too. Like if you're traffic control, air traffic controller, the appropriate title. That might be the military title. The person who sits in a tower and makes sure planes don't crash into each other on the landing strip or in the air. It's categorically one of the most stressful jobs in the United States, in the world, I think, probably. And that's like done from studies. Like you wouldn't even think so, right? But it's just, there's got to be, there's thousands of lives in your hand all the time. And sometimes crazy shit happens. And sometimes for us is every day for them, right? Think about how many planes there are in the sky. Think about how like it's like once every so often you hear about a friend who was like on a plane that lost altitude or like got lost, but it's like that's literally every day for the people that work in that job. And I know that because I was a firefighter for 15 years. So it's like a lot of people, there's lots of things where like people say stuff, they're like, oh, that would never happen. Or it's like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. I have watched it happen to people for 15 years. And it's like, I will honestly tell you this. Most of the people that we see on emergency response calls are stupid because that's why they had to call 911 in the first place, right? Smart people don't call 911 because they lost a cigarette in a couch. I'm not kidding, that actually happened. Although the craziest thing we ever had was we legit had the cat in a tree call. Like I thought that was just something that they did to like make fun of like firefighters, because there's a lot of like back and forth with like police and stuff, and it's like people would that was like memes you'd see of like firefighters would just rescue cats from trees. And it's like, I've never actually, well, yes, I have done that. It was the funniest thing. It was outside the local elementary school, right? It was this little kitten in a tree, and people called the fire department. And the chief was like, it's a cat in a tree. That's what they do. And the teacher was like, oh, but the kids are just really concerned. He was like, all right, call back in 10 minutes or something like that. I don't remember what the time frame was. But they call back and they're like, the cat's still there in the tree. So we actually went and we got out a ladder. We rolled up with the fire truck and it was just this poor little kitten. It was clearly like just learning to climb. And it got up there and was like, how the fuck do I get down? We got this kitten down the tree. Funniest thing ever. But most of the calls you get for 911 are people doing stupid shit. Of course, there's like crime and stuff, and I consider crime to be its own thing under the general umbrella of stupid shit for most reasons. Like it depends on what, if you're doing like crime for profit or crime for fun versus if you're like smoking a fat J with your friends in a state that doesn't appreciate recreational, or if you have like the like legit stuff that's still federally illegal in the entire country. So you guys are aware, all the stuff I was talking about earlier, 100% hemp derived, totally legal on every level in my state and in the country as a whole. But when I say crime, I don't mean some dude smoking actual marijuana with his friends, because that's technically a crime. I mean people that do crime, not incidental crimes that happen as a result of living with governments that need to penalize everything. and control everything. So, like, cause like we all break laws pretty much every day. That's just how ridiculous laws are. So when I say crime, I don't mean incidental misdemeanors we all do. I mean actual crime. It's stupid. But as far as like beyond like mental stress from jobs like air traffic controller, teacher, it's way more stressful than most people realize. I've done that too. Oh, I didn't do air traffic control, but it's in a way it's similar type of stress levels to first responder type shit, which I did do for 15 years. Then you've got physical injuries, of course, where like obviously if you lose your arm in a fucking factory accident, probably can't work anymore. Well, let's just say like that's something different because then you're gonna have workers' comp, or you should. But let's just say you are a factory worker. Eventually, you're gonna get to a point where your back can't take it anymore. But for someone like Ben Shapiro, or Asmongold, or myself, or Eminem, or fucking Bill Gates, or most other modern, what word am I looking for? Not like jobs, but that's vocations. Because it's like more than a job. It's something you dedicate your life to, right? I'm not talking about being a cashier at the local gas station. And interestingly enough, some people do dedicate their life to being a cashier at the local gas station, and they do it in the most beautiful way, right? I've actually, like, there are people that it's usually in more of like a small community type town though, like a rural area, where it's like that's like a family thing, or it's just a collective collaboration type thing. So I'm not saying you can't do that, but I'm talking about like you are not gonna work. The vast majority of people are not gonna work at a random ass Kogos for their entire life, just because that's the thing you are going to retire from at some point, even if you do that for your entire life, because most people don't find joy in that. There is the random person who does, but there's also the random person that likes to fuck sheep. So you can't like design society around outliers, because society's already fucked up enough. Ben Shapiro is one of the most smartest humans ever to walk this earth. Yeah, being cashier is bad. Yeah, the thing is, he's brilliant, absolutely intelligent, but he's a fucking asshole, and that's the reason he gets nothing accomplished. If you want to build bridges, you need to find areas of common understanding, not beat people's head against the wall with your words, which is what he does. But I find him entertaining because he's so smart that he acts stupid. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, actually, this whole video hasn't been so bad so far. I'm just waiting for the stupid moment to happen, because 30 seconds in, I already disagree with him that we should raise the retirement age. And the simple reason is, well, I guess, see, my thing is I don't even buy into that shit. I don't expect there to be any retirement by the time I retire. But I don't plan on retiring either. See, that's the thing. It's like, this whole premise is fucked to begin with. So I'm not even sure where I stand on it, because it would be a lot different if it were just simple and it always just been retirement was retirement. But Congress has fucked with that money so many times. Like,
Everybody
I just need to be quiet and listen and eat my sub.
retired is dead within 5 years. And if you talk to people,
Have you ever thought that maybe they had
That's a problem with correlation versus causation. And I want to eat my food. I kind of want to let Aspen say what he was going to say too. But I'm just going to say that's his thing though. That's why he's not as smart as people think he is. I'm going to say that. And the reason is that people think he's that smart is because he relies on information overload. He throws 20 bullet points at you at once, and like 5 of them will be great, and 10 of them will be mediocre, and 5 of them will probably be wrong, but he just blasted all that information at you so quickly that it's like hard to pick out the little nuances where he said some fucked up shit. And even if you do, he's not going to let you take the time to do that.
to retire because they had an illness or they had something wrong with them and their health was declining? That's why they retired. So you have kind of a confirmation bias based off of that.
Part of what I was saying. I'm also saying the other side of it too. And that's what Ben Shapiro's probably about to get at with his thing. But what I'm saying is, if you don't know what correlation versus causation is, it's the problem of it, like, just because you can mathematically show that 2 things are related to each other does not mean that one of them actually affects the other in any meaningful way. And this is classic statistics. The way my statistics teacher explained it to us was if you do an analysis between crime rates and ice cream consumption in the United States, you will discover that as people eat more ice cream, people commit more crime. So does that mean ice cream causes crime? No, it doesn't even contribute to crime at all. So why does that correlation exist? Well, it's because of another variable that hasn't been accounted for, and that variable is outdoor temperature. As the outdoor temperature goes up, people eat more ice cream. As the outdoor temperature goes up, people also commit more crime. So this is a correlation versus causation issue, which is kind of what Asmongold is pointing out. He's saying, well, it could be the opposite. I'm saying it might not be related at all. Sometimes numbers are just weird like that. I mean, he speaks so fast that you think he's right. Exactly. You don't even get the chance to hear what he's saying sometimes. And the funniest thing I ever saw, have you ever seen the H3H3 and Ben Shapiro? There was one, they just were going at each other's throats like a couple 12-year-old boys, and I was laughing my ass off the whole time. That one was amazing.
People that have to retire exactly at 65 or early like that is because they have a problem. Because, like, this is the thing, right? This has to be AI. You think it's AI? It's a deep fake? What if he's just an asshole, though? Go to his Twitter, it's not fake. Oh, we're going to get to the...
He's literally just an asshole. That is his whole persona. He's smart. And he's right 60% of the time, which I would say is more than just like almost anyone else I can think of that is as prominent in the political sphere. Most of them are right 30% of the time. And he's like actually pretty consistent. On the other side of the fence, I'd have to say his equivalent is probably AOC. She kind of annoys me when she's right about things, because like she is occasionally right. I actually had high hopes for her going in, and then she just immediately did some fucked up shit all over the place. But she is, I think, the single most intelligent Democrat in Congress. And it's just because, like, her rhetoric it's the dumbest fuck, base level, woke ass Democratic bullshit. And to be clear, I'm not saying that like the racist ass Republican bullshit's any better. But it's like she looks cookie cutter, but she's not. And the thing that really showed that to me was I watched clips. I didn't actually watch the whole thing from part of the ATF approval process for the new ATF, for the new head of the ATF. And she was actually asking hard questions, putting him through his paces. And that was a good thing, but it gave me mixed feelings because the guy just should have never been the head of the ATF in the first place, because he was just a shill for Biden, and Biden put him in there because Biden wanted to ban ARs. Literally the only reason Biden put him in there, and he would ban ARs, and he was someone who worked in the AF who would ban ARs. It didn't matter, ATF, sorry. It didn't matter that he's like actually possibly a child murderer, because he's one of the guys who's responsible for burning down a building in Waco, Texas with children in it. In fact, that was probably a plus when the government was looking at it. They were like, oh, this is a guy that will do anything we ask him to, regardless of the morals involved. So I was watching that part of that confirmation hearing, and she was grilling him more than anyone on the definition of an assault weapon. Because he was like, oh yeah, if I'm ATF, I'm going to ban assault weapons. She was like, well, what are assault weapons? And he couldn't tell her, because an assault weapon is any weapon that you use for an assault. If I fucking walk up to someone and jam this pencil in their eye, this is now an assault weapon. Like, that's how dumb this stupid rhetoric is. There are other, like, defined terms, like assault rifles, but assault rifles are already illegal for 99% of people to own. So it's just, but people don't know that. And all they do is capitalize on this misinformation. Like, these Democrats that are anti-gunners actually think an AR-15 can just like kill 30 people in 5 seconds. Maybe if a fucking like Army Ranger is holding it, but not if some kid from Texas is. Like, it's not some like magic smart gun. It's a literal laser beam. It's the whole premise for wanting to ban assault weapons just in general is based on false assumptions. It's such a stupid conversation. I don't even know why I started down that road. But what were you saying instead? I stopped watching him since he talked about Israel and Palestine conflict. He fell into many logical fallacies. Oh, I bet. I don't even know what's I think that's the biggest thing. No one knows what's going on in Israel and Palestine, because every time you hear a report, 2 days later you hear the opposite. Oh, Israel's bombing hospitals in Palestine. Actually, it was Hamas's own missiles that fell because they malfunctioned or something and hit the hospital. And it's like, all right, so nobody actually knows what the fuck is going on. So how the fuck is everyone know what we're supposed to do to fix it when no one knows what's going on over there? Like, the one thing I can say is that I think we should try to find a ceasefire because we're not gonna find a resolution while they're still shooting and bombing each other. You know? But like beyond that, I don't think any American, unless they grew up or lived there or like that's their specialty, like they're the fucking ambassador to Israel or Palestine. No American really has enough knowledge to be commentating on that situation like that, and certainly not a political pundit like Ben Shapiro. Like maybe more than most, I will say he's more well researched and informed than a lot of political commentators out there. But I'd have to hear what he said on the situation, really, to give my feedback on the Israel-Palestine Ben Shapiro take. Right now, I'm more interested in the Ben Shapiro, no one should retire until 85 take, which I think that's kind of dumb because there are lots of people that simply can't even physically work at that point. That just makes no fucking sense.
Bottom of this.
I blew up the internet because of something.
Okay, it's real. There it is. It's real. Now, I actually think that it's true that it's like not necessarily a great idea. Like I have seen people do this, right? And it's probably a good idea to keep working if you can, or to keep
Yes.
active if you can.
So 100%. The reason I wanted to get on that retirement not being a correlation or a causation, just because it's a correlation, the outlying factor is physical and mental activity, right? Because there are lots of people who retire officially according to the government, and then they go and like start a video game business or something like that, you know? Maybe they're done being like a fucking corporate headhunter for like some big HR Fortune 500 company, and they're just gonna go make fucking MapleStory like games as an indie developer for the rest of their life. That person is not going to die in 5 years because they're definitely going to continue stimulating their mind. And if they were such a high level achiever in the corporate world, they were probably already stimulating their body and will continue to do so to begin with. So that was my issue with that. It's like just because someone retires doesn't mean they stop being active. That was my big, and again, that's one of his logical fallacies. Like you mentioned, Strat, he just jumps to those logical fallacies, and his problem is he thinks he's so smart that he can't be wrong, and that's why he's wrong way more often than he needs to be. If he were just a little less egotistical, a little less mean, he'd be way, way smarter than he actually is. Because the meanness that comes from like a childish petty rage more than anything, and you can see it when he loses control of it. Like I can definitely channel that same type of energy. I've done it when I was like 12, but I'm not some raging Xbox gamer anymore yelling at little British kids who are cursing me. That was that Halo 3. That would have been 12. Yeah. When did Halo 3 come out? Maybe I was. When the fuck did Halo 3 come out? I feel like I would have been older than 12. 2000, I would have been 16, 17. So I'm not some like Ben Shapiro's what, 30s? I like talked like him when I was some edgy 16-year-old fucking outcast like shithead, but I grew up and I learned that if you really want to make the world a better place, the first step is to be nicer to people. But Ben Shapiro almost always chooses to be meaner to people, which is just moving us in the wrong direction. Did you watch Bassem Youssef and Piers Morgan when they talked about him. Hassan? That Bassem Youssef? I don't know who that is. I watched Piers Morgan talk with Hassan. I watched Piers Morgan talk with that weird black female activist. I forget what her activist thing was, but it was just like the most convoluted thing. I watched Piers Morgan talk with Mitzi, whatever that guy was, the dude who was like walking into people's homes and went viral off just making like actual arguable pranks that were like legit crimes, like stealing people's dogs and shit like that. But I don't think I know Bassem. We'll bring it up because I'm curious now. I do like Piers Morgan's content. I have mixed feelings about him as a person. He does a little bit of what Ben Shapiro does, of the bull rushing, but it's not the same like high energy, I'm trying to overwhelm you with information. It's more of a, I'm just gonna ram this one point down your throat until you shut up and accept it, whether I'm right or not type thing. Like Pierce has his own ego issues, but he handles them much better than look at that first thing. He handles them much better than Ben Shapiro does usually. Although I watched, there was a interesting Ben Shapiro Piers Morgan one, wasn't there? And I think Piers Morgan just handled that like a boss. I remember him just being really chill about it.
That's great. That's a good thing because you know, if you're not doing anything, then your body is going to decay. You're not staying active. You're not engaging with people regularly. I think that there's like some truth to what he's saying. And like for me, I never want to retire either. Fuck that. Why would I want to retire?
That's the problem with Ben Shapiro, is there's always some truth to what he's saying, but he never gets to the whole truth and nothing but the truth. He's always giving you some truth and then all this extra fucking extraneous information which doesn't really matter but makes him sound really smart.
Like streaming, what am I gonna do? Am I just gonna like stop making content? Like what the fuck? Why would I just randomly stop doing that? So yeah, it's an option, but yeah, I agree. I don't think you should if you I think you should like hopefully, right? I mean, by the time you're 65, you should have something that you love doing, and hopefully you keep doing it. But like the idea that like you shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, like let's say, dude, we all struggle. Maybe not all of us. The occasional person is just gonna like come out of college, come out of high school, know what they want to do, and love it and do it for the rest of their life. It happens. But most of us, we bounce through several different careers before we settle into what you want to do. And he's getting on exactly what I was thinking, like what I was saying earlier, which is just like, that's kind of like your prime time years if you're still, maybe not prime time, but we'll say prime time years is like I'd say, well, where I'm at right now actually means I need to start fucking capitalizing. Prime time years is like 25 to 55. And I'd say once you get over that, up to like, depending on your age and how you age and how well you take care of yourself, it could start as early as 45 or like as late as like 85. We'll call that like the graceful sunset years, you know? That's where you get to like do whatever the fuck you want, as long as you've been doing your life right, or at least partially right up to that point, right? By the time you're 65, 70, you shouldn't be giving up on life. You should be settling into cruise mode. So like, I don't consider that retirement. I consider that like almost more of like a beginning. Like maybe you are starting a new career that's finally what you wanted to do, or like opening a little fucking bakery and finally like getting to do your passion. Like that's what you should do. I don't think retirement just, I don't like even the word. It just sounds like giving up to me.
Not to retire is crazy.
People who are elderly and they lose their purpose in life by losing their job and they stop working, things go to hell in a handbasket real quick. But put all of that.
But see, that's a different thing. They lose their purpose in life. That's what kills them, not retiring. Losing your purpose in life will kill anyone. Like even if you're like a fucking 14-year-old, you will die on the operating table if you lose your purpose in life. It's just weird shit about like the human body and psychology, and that the greater your will to live, the more likely you are to survive entirely improbable odds. And when you give up, you just won't survive even the most basic shit. The flu will fucking kill you.
That aside, just on a fiscal level and on a logical level.
Yeah.
When Franklin Delano Roosevelt established 65 as the retirement age, the average life expectancy in the United States was 63 years old.
Yeah, what was the infant?
Okay. That there is a valid point, right? Now we're getting more to like the meat of the argument. He's talked for 2.5 minutes already, and now he's finally saying something important. See, this is why I don't like Ben Shapiro. He talks way faster than anyone else, but he takes way longer to say anything important than anyone else. Now we're talking. This is the first valid point I feel like he's actually made. When it was established as the retirement age of 65, the average lifespan in the United States was 63. Okay. That provides a lot of context for the program. One, that we didn't really have before, but two, it provides a framework for us to build going forward with the conversation. That should have been what he led with. So now we can look at it and say like, all right, well, that's easy. What's the age, what's the life expectancy in the US in 2024? Life expectancy. Just want in the US. Give it to me a simple one. I don't want like everywhere in the fucking world. Okay, CDC is gonna have it here. 76. We make it 80. It's that easy, right? Boom. Problem solved. Did I just change my mind? I might be on Ben Shapiro's side now. Let's see what happens.
Though, right? Because like that's another factor. Like a lot of times you have like
This is literally one of the factors I said at the very, very beginning of the video, though. I mentioned the fact that people are just simply living longer. But I need to know more about the actual architecture of the system itself. I've never really looked much at retirement. Like I said, I never expected it to be there for me when I got that old. And most of my studies were like specifically on constitutional law, mostly around stuff like with the Bill of Rights and Supreme Court cases regarding that. And like the only Supreme Court case off the top of my head I think had with was whether or not Congress could use funds from dude, I don't remember. It's been fucking 15 years since I studied law. Let's see. I never ended up going to law school. I just studied constitutional law as a poli-sci major in college. I'm pretty sure there's a case, or if it's not a case, there's like an executive order or some ruling or something basically allowed Congress to dip into the retirement funds for all kinds of things when originally that money was literally only supposed to be for retirement. And that's part of what fucked up the whole system. The main thing that fucked up the whole
in the United States was 63 years old.
Yeah, what was the infant mortality though, right? Because like that's another factor. Like a lot of times you have like infant mortality.
The infant mortality actually wasn't that much bigger, I'm pretty sure. Infant mortality hasn't changed much lately, as far as I'm aware. Alright, let's find this out. So, it's like the only thing that would change would be, like premature children and extreme and rare disabilities or diseases or syndromes. Like those will probably improve. But all right. I don't even remember exactly the specifics of it, so let's just get everything. 1983, is this the one way? 1986. No, that's federal employees. Which one specifically are they talking about? Cambridge is always a good resource. They're like the only dictionary I still use anymore. Hold on. Let's go back to what he said real quick. His exact quote.
Roosevelt established 65 as the retirement age, the average life expectancy in the United States.
Oh, it was Roosevelt. Why'd I say Reagan? That's the problem. Alright. That's what. Social Security Act. 1935. Okay, never mind. Infant mortality was way lower back then. I didn't realize how exactly when that was put into place. Alright, yep. Give him that one.
What was the infant mortality though, right? Because like that's another factor. Like a lot of times you have like infant mortality rates or like different types of like really bad diseases that like pull down that number a lot.
Today, the average life expectancy in the
I don't think that's a valid point though. I don't think the infant mortality rate is going to have such a huge. It's going to have a statistically significant effect, but I don't think it is a significant effect to change Ben Shapiro's point that like you were basically only supposed to get retirement if you like lived beyond the age that most people do, right? That kind of makes sense. Like looking at the act now from that perspective, where it's not like, you know, as like a 90s kid, I grew up in a thing of like all the parents, it's like, oh, well, if we just make it to retirement, we can live out the rest of our lives all easy and breezy, fun and freezy, you know? But it almost made it seem like it was the 3/4 mark or something, but in reality it was like originally intended to be like 10 out of 10. You made it the whole way, dude. Congratulations, take a victory lap type thing. Seeing it from that perspective now, I'm leaning more towards agreeing with him that we should raise it to 80, 85. I'm down with either one of those. Sounds pretty good right about now. Maybe it'll still be around when I'm able to claim it, and then I'll just claim I'm retired and like write it off my taxes or something, and then use the money for other things. No, I'm kidding. Hopefully by the time I'm that old, I'll have so much money, I won't even need to worry about retirement, and I could just leave it in there for someone else.
United States is close to 80. It's total
By the way, the life expectancy is, from what I've heard, has actually been going down.
insane
Yeah.
that you believe
Yes, it has. Our life expectancy has been decreasing recently, and it's kind of weird. Also, infant mortality rates. Well, not infant mortality. There's a weird thing with there was a weird statistics thing with pregnancy-related deaths recently. Well, if you see an article saying pregnancy-related deaths have doubled in the past few years, that is misinformation. It is incorrect. What happened was a change in the way the statistics were tracked happened, and errors also happened as part of that changing over. So as the system's been correcting itself, when you correct for those errors, there actually is a slight increase, but it's like a 1% increase, not a double. I don't think a 1% increase is really significant enough to be able to draw any conclusions, because next year we might see a 1% decrease, right? That's one of those things where that's within the margin of error. So I think the most important thing here with that is that I forgot my point. And I still haven't finished my sub, and it's starting to get cold again.
be able to work from the time that you are essentially 20 to the time that you are 65, which is a 45-year period.
Right.
Pay in, and then you will receive Social Security benefits sufficient to support you and your family, you and your wife or whatever, for like another 20 years. That's crazy talk.
Yeah,
That is not fiscally sustainable.
this is not possible.
Have to be, because it's going to happen no matter what. This is what's going to happen even without Social Security. Like, the problem
Well,
is that
that's a different issue. I just noticed that I'm literally like right over top of Asmund. That's pretty funny. I was thinking, I was like tracing so many random patterns of logic and thought as to why. Cause like I have moved my cam everywhere, all over my damn screen over the years I've been streaming. And lots of us streamers end up settling bottom right. It's just a very consistent thing. I actually started there specifically to cover EVE Online chat and give myself a little bit of operational security. And then like from that habit, I got in the habit of putting my cam over chat. I think it like originally started here. It was either for Overwatch or Elder Scrolls. Probably Overwatch, because Elder Scrolls is like never toxic in chat. But I might have still wanted to hide chat from chat, just in case, like, you know, people do stupid things when they see a streamer. Alright. But yeah, look at that Aspen face. Oh, you can't. That's right. I literally just talked about that. One sec. Look at that Aspen face. It's fucking hilarious. What did I even pause the video to say now?
even without Social Security.
Oh yeah. He's going down a different vein now. He's talking about universal basic income, which is gonna be necessary because of automation and AI. We are starting to reach a point where there simply won't be enough jobs for everyone to work. So we're gonna need to give people money, otherwise, or just like pay for everything for them, because, or we'll just need to start killing people off. Like, we're gonna reach a point where you need a universal basic income, because most jobs are gonna be done by AI and robots, and there's just no way for people to earn money.
Like, the problem is that there are too few people that create too much value in the society because of the way that technology has evolved to allow that to happen.
That's another valid point too.
Out more, or you just can't. Like a lot of people are just gonna. You're gonna. Well, you could kill everybody. I mean, you could do that. Would definitely solve a lot of problems.
I like that he came to the same solution I could. It's like, oh, we're reaching this, like, I forget what it's called. Is it a singularity? Is that a proper term? I need to look up the Fermi paradox real quick. I know they mentioned it in the Fermi paradox. It's like a crucible, but not a crucible. Like a moment of truth. What the? There's a game? That sounds pretty cool. I would totally play a game called Fermi Paradox. I hope it's not bad. I don't know. Don't need the chain of reasoning. What is it? I don't know if this is going to go in depth enough. Alright, so just so I'm not staring blankly into the screen, because that's great content. For those of you who I'm scanning really quickly, and I like can't read out loud when I'm doing that because it's like I read 5 words faster than I could say one. But the Fermi paradox asks the question: if alien life exists, why have we not found any evidence to it yet? And the chain of reasoning is important, and this is like a whole bunch of generally accepted scientific truths that lead to the question. And it goes, there are billions of stars in the Milky Way similar to the sun. With high probability, some of these stars have Earth-like planets in a circumstellar habitable zone. Many of these stars, and hence their planets, are much older than the sun. If Earth-like planets are typical, some may have developed intelligent life long before Earth ever did. Some of these civilizations may have, like, we're talking millennia. Incomprehensible periods of time older than we are. Some of these civilizations may have developed interstellar travel, a step humans are investigating now. Even at the slow pace of currently envisioned interstellar travel, which we think would probably take place either through cryo or generational ships, probably using some sort of nuclear pulse engine or similar type propulsion. We'd love to get the warp drive working, but so far we just have a theory in a bubble. Even at the slow pace of currently envisioned interstellar travel, the Milky Way galaxy could be completely traversed in a few million years. And as far as like the age of the galaxy, that's like a few minutes, dude. It's like, oh man, that's like walking down. It's kind of like walking across your city would be an equivalent way of thinking of it for the size and scale of the universe. Like, yeah, probably gonna take you 3 or 4 hours, but yeah, you can do it. It's entirely reasonable. Since many of the sun-like stars are billions of years older than the sun, the Earth should have already been visited by extraterrestrial civilizations, or at least their probes. Yeah, that one is kind of a stretch. It makes the assumption that other civilizations will seek the stars the way we have. That might be a trait unique to our race, that adventurous curiosity, heedless in the face of danger. It's also entirely possible it's common for all highly evolved sentient races, because superior intellects have to ask those type of questions and have to have that type of curiosity. It's nature, the complexity of the matter-mind interface. And that one is a weird sentence, but that's for there. I'm kind of referencing back to the theory of universal consciousness, which is an idea that consciousness is in essence created by matter and energy itself. So like theoretically everything would be conscious on some level, and consciousness increases with size and complexity. So like my consciousness is more complex and nuanced than a mouse's, but the Earth's consciousness would be more complex and nuanced than mine. And within the universal theory of matter consciousness, I'm saying everything backwards now. Within the theory of universal consciousness, matter itself, not just living matter, actually has some level of base consciousness. So even this chair has some sort of consciousness. Whether or not it is a self-aware chair that knows it's a chair and likes having my stanky ass planted in it for 12 hours a day, that's another question or not. But at the very basic level, it might have a consciousness. What's good, Deccan? How's it going? Good to see you, dude. Just hanging out. You know, I'm gonna be back for real Saturday. This is a plan. I'm doing some Warframe with Preacher of Valor. But tonight I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start the stream up just to make sure everything still works, because it's been a long ass time since I did it, and I'm just gonna sit here and eat food. And I've been streaming for like 4 hours and I still haven't finished my sub yet. I should have eaten before I started streaming, really. It all started, I was like, I'm gonna watch this fucking 9-minute video and eat my sub. And I was like, you know what? I'm feeling like being kind of social right now. Maybe I'll just turn the stream on, make sure everything works while I eat. And then like, I won't even need to worry about Saturday. I'll just press play. But, so I was like, alright, let's go do that. I spent a fucking hour and a half just ranting about shit before I even started eating my sub. And I'm halfway through now. I've already heated up once. It has taken me, let's see. It's taken me 2 hours and 54 minutes to watch a whole 3 minutes and 43 seconds of this video. But that's pretty far for the course. Yeah, of course. Always nice to see you out. Oh, appreciate you, dude.
Right? Bring in like a new version of COVID that like kills like half of the people, and this would solve a ton of
Oh
problems.
my god. It would.
Unless you do that, then
I think that's actually pretty funny he says that, because one of the random ass conspiracy theories I heard going around is that, like, this was back when all that shit was happening. Everyone was like, oh, it's a government designed virus. People were like, yo, they're just trying to do it to wipe out, like, after they figured out that it was like really only a major threat to elderly and immunocompromised people. Everyone, there was like this group, they were like, yo, they're just trying to wipe out the old people so they can save Social Security. I love the wild takes that like people on the internet with nothing better to do than like ruin other people's lives come up with. It's just like, how does your brain even function in such a backwards ass, delinquent, insufferable, illogical manner to even think such a thing to begin with? Are you actually a human, Or is there just like a spider that laid eggs in your brain and is controlling the human body?
You know, you're going to have a big problem.
The notion that if you have to raise the retirement age to 67 or 68, that everyone is going to fall apart. My parents are that age. My parents are not retired.
I'm like on new levels that I didn't even realize though. Because like all this time I've been away, I've been focused on growth and like mostly mental and emotional growth. And it's just weird the way that I can riff. I don't really ever remember being able to do it like that before. That was more creative than I've riffed in a long, long time. I like this. I'm back and better than ever, baby.
And they shouldn't retire. It would be very bad for them to retire. By the way, it's disrespectful to people who are 67, 68, 69 years old to suggest that they are in the same shape as people who are 65 were in 1940. It's not true.
That's true.
I think it probably depends, right?
It does depend. I mentioned this earlier.
That are like 60 and they're mentally and physically 80, and there's people that are
Yes.
60 and they're mentally and physically 40. There's like a huge spectrum to that. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know.
Have you met a 65-year-old lately? 65-year-olds are not old in the United States. They're not.
They're not.
My mom was 65. She was old.
68-year-olds are not
Well,
old
yes.
in the United States.
But his mom stayed in the house and played WoW all day and ate a lot of fast food. And you know, I feel really bad because she just passed recently and it was really rough for him. Hell. But his mom was old at 65 because she made herself old at 5. I think he said she smoked too, or I maybe remember that. But oh, there's a sad video I watched on his other channel, Zach Rar, where it's just like up in this little stoop where he used to record videos. It's heartbreaking. I don't want. It's weird that I have to counterpoint him with that fact. I just feel bad about it, but it's anecdotal. I can't talk. Anecdotal evidence of an outlier that does nothing to disprove Shapiro's point. Unfortunate.
She was.
Again, Joe Biden thinks he's not old, and that dude is running for president again, and that dude actually is old, and he's 81.
Joe Biden is so old that I don't even know how he exists. I keep expecting him to just melt away into dust like a vampire in a lot of those movies, you know? Like, I can't fathom that we have a president who is so fucking senile he can't even walk in the right direction to get back off of a stage. There's only one set of stairs, bro. Like, this is the guy with the nuclear launch codes. I understand why people were scared with Trump having them. The guy's kind of like an unhinged lunatic who might nuke someone just because he didn't like a tweet they sent at him. But he was entirely in control of his faculties as much as you can be when you're that type of person. I don't think Biden even knows he's president someday. It's just fucking sad. So I look at Biden and I wonder who is actually running our government because I know it's not him, and that scares the fuck out of me.
Joe Biden, though, is like a super fucking extreme example. This dude was into fitness for his whole life, and he's still doing push-ups and shit whenever he's in his 80s. Like, that is it. Like, and this dude's been like in public.
And he's still not mentally capable of doing the job. It doesn't matter if he can still do a push-up. If you can't. Look, we gotta respect and love our elderly, but we can't let them ruin the future for our progeny either.
Office, like flying
Biden
around.
refers to yeah. It's just everyone makes mistakes, right? Like literally any president that has existed since television, except maybe like Kennedy, like the first one, the very first ones, because like we didn't have home capabilities as much, but like any president that existed since the VHS that has been in office since the VHS existed, you can probably go online and find a blooper reel of them. And it's just because presidents are human too. They make mistakes. They say stupid shit. They do stupid shit. But it's different when you have like a literal. The dude should be in a nursing home, not leading the entire fucking country. It's actually pathetic and it's scary. I thought Trump was the worst, like the most embarrassing president we could have. And then America had to go hold my beer.
Doing shit. Like, that dude is a massive fucking outlier. It's the same as Trump. Trump is a huge fucking outlier, too. Like, you shouldn't look at them and make a decision off of them. I remember, like, my dad told me, like, he was at the grocery store or some shit, and he talked to some dude, and this dude was in, like, a wheelchair. He was, like, really fucked up and everything. And the guy was a Vietnam vet, and my dad's a Vietnam vet. And he's like, yeah, this dude, like, wasn't even able to drive himself home or something like that. And, like, my dad was like, fuck, man, this guy's the same age as I am. He's like, oh, God. Yeah, bro, like, and even I get that sometimes. Like, I'll hear friends of mine talking about the guy in the Austin wheelchair one. Yeah. And what's this here in Austin? Oh, the guy in Austin, the wheelchair. Yes, the guy, whenever we got barbecue. Yeah, exactly. I remember.
I love barbecue. I want barbecue now.
Probably. Well, also, like, you have genetics plays like a massive.
Yes.
Like, for example, like.
Genetics plays a huge role. So, like, the two biggest factors are heart disease and cancer, right? Diabetes being the third one. Like, there's like a huge. There's three things you really need to worry about with genetics for longevity. Genetic diseases or disabilities, that could be anything from like Crohn's to frickin' well, just, you know, we'll just use that as an example. Crohn's disease, all right? Most people that have it live relatively long lives, but it definitely makes life uncomfortable and difficult and will shorten your average life expectancy. Then you have I don't know what to call the second genetic factor. Possibilities. So like to get cancer. I want to make sure I get these right. Alright, so the protogene and the proto-oncogene. Are basically what cause cancer. Proto-oncogenes are genes that normally help cells grow and divide to make new cells or to help cells stay alive. When it mutates and there are too many copies of it, it can be turned on, and when it is not supposed to be, at which point it's now called an oncogene. When this happens, the cell can start to grow out of control, which might lead to cancer. So, basically, the way it kind of works is like grossly oversimplified. You have two proto-oncogenes. And this is, again, grossly oversimplification. For you to get cancer, they both need to be on. But your bodies has a lot of systems in place to make sure that if one proto-oncogene turns into an oncogene, the other one doesn't, and it shuts it back down as quickly as it can when it doesn't need it. Like they tell you, some people have differences code. You can actually just get cancer because it's in your genes, and that was kind of the third one that I was going to go to, which is just like actual genetic things that you can't really avoid, but aren't really diseases, but don't happen to you. So there's like diseases, ones you can avoid and ones you can't avoid. So like diabetes 1 versus diabetes 2, ones you can avoid, ones you can't avoid. One of them you're pretty much always gonna get. Ever since I stopped being an EMT, I can't remember which one is which anymore. I very little had anything to do. I mostly did I was never a paramedic, like I was never riding in an ambulance. I got my EMT certification as a supplement to my firefighting. So 90% of the stuff I did, it was like broken bones and bleeding skulls and things like that. Like I wasn't worried about how much sugar was in their blood. I was just worried about keeping it in their body till I got them to an ambulance or something, or a hospital. All right. I forget what's gonna look up something, but basically, the three ways that genetics can affect you is like you got the diseases, stuff that gets passed down, and it's like an actual disease or a disorder, and it's just something you got to deal with. Probably help out there, but likely not a cure yet. You got the preventables. The thing with like the proto-oncogene, the reason that works for both the preventables and the things you can't prevent. Like it said, for the proto-oncogenes turning into the oncogenes, like some people, that's just going to happen. They're just all going to turn on, and all of a sudden it turns into a cancerous lump. But what happens for most people is that they're designed so that they don't turn into cancer, right? Like most people don't get cancer, and it's because our body has defenses against that, and those defenses generally work pretty well. But we can damage those defenses, and that's why like skin cancer is so prevalent, because going out in the sun and exposing it to massive amounts of UV radiation without protection for long periods of time can damage those oncogenes, can damage those proto-oncogenes and turn them into oncogenes. So also the like using diabetes again, there are diabetes that you'll just get because your body doesn't process insulin properly or sugar properly. I forget the specifics, but the other one you can give yourself by just massively overloading yourself with sugar, so your body reacts to it in like a defensive way, and then you need to start taking stuff to help you process it because you did it to yourself. So there's like the three types of genetic diseases that I'm aware of. There could be others that are out there.
I don't know. I'm not sure about every family member that I have, but like a lot of them are still working, and they're pretty close to like, late 60s, 70s as well. But
Mhm.
I think it's again kind of a fucking outlier. It's not very normal. Genetics and money. Money's a huge factor. Yeah.
Yes.
I failed to see how a country
Money is a massive factor.
80 plus is telling you that we should have a retirement age of 65. It makes no sense at all.
Because they're super fucking extreme examples. Like I find it to be
But no. That's a cop out. Because they're extreme examples. He's ignoring the point there that Ben Shapiro, which one of the better points he makes, he points out they're literally hypocrites. They're saying, look at that, you're too old to work. You should retire at 65. You're too old to work. I'm 20 years older than you. I'm going to keep working and telling you what to do when my job is to tell you how to live your life. But you're too old to work. So you can go ahead and retire and watch Netflix for the rest of your life. And rot away. Eat McDonald's and get diabetes and feed into our national healthcare system.
astonishing that like Nancy Pelosi is still out there, bro. This lady is like 90. How fucking old is she? She's 83 years old.
I don't even understand that woman. Like literally every time she opens her mouth, it's just like frogs crawling out. I'm like, what the fuck? Like how can someone so stupid have so much power?
That's fucking crazy. That she's still going out, going on airplanes, drinking, getting drunk on airplanes.
I just realized that I don't think there's not a single congressman. Wait, is Ron Paul still in? I do like Ron Paul. But I don't know if he stayed in Congress after he failed his run at presidency. No, he's retired now, it looks like. I don't think I think his son Rand is still in there. But I don't like a damn thing about Rand. Rand is an insufferable asshole. But January 3, 2013, his congressional career ended. So there's literally not a single person in Congress that I like right now. I think I despise every single congressman. There's not a single name listed that I've like got really good things to say about. So what are I want to know who my represent. We are 17. Yeah, actually. He lives in 84, so he's a little bit older than me. I think I just know other Delusios is what it is. I think I know family members. I need to have a discussion with it. I don't think I like any of our senators, though. I need to make sure they are who I think they are. No, I can't type it all. Let's just look up the Senate right now. Because if I type in Pennsylvania senator, it'll probably give me the PA Senate and not the United States Senate. And it's not giving me giving me the general idea of the Senate. I want the US one. The only Senate that matters. List of national senates. Here we go. United States Senate. You got the list of 50 states on here. Nope. That's helpful. There it is. List of current United States senators. I have no idea if the anti-TikTok bill is gonna pass the Senate. P. It oh, fucking John Fetterman. I don't like Bob Casey either. Dude, John Fetterman is a fucking piece of shit. Damn it. I forgot. That's why I couldn't remember who our senator was. I blocked it out. The PTSD. Oh my god. And Bob Casey's just an insufferable asshole. I didn't vote for either one of them. It's weird. I don't like voting Republican, but in recent years I've been walking into booths and finding myself voting for Republicans because I look at the Democrat on the other side and I'd be like, oh, there's no way in hell I'm voting for that person. It's like, it's gotten to the point where it's beyond choosing between the lesser of two evils and you're just choosing between two equally great evils. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, yeah, let's finish this video. I'm gonna finish myself.
83 years old. Holy fuck, man. That's not the norm. That is not a norm. Social Security, what's his point? Social Security is a Ponzi scheme that's going to bankrupt the country. It's a free country. If you have the money to retire and you want to, it's your choice. But a large part about working and fulfilling life is working. Sending the elderly out to pasture and wither away is not how we were created to live. I mean, that, to be fair, that is actually what they used to do. But,
So yesterday, I apparently blew up the
I'm not gonna watch the
internet.
whole thing.
I blew up the internet because of something that I said on this show. What exactly did I say that blew up the internet? Well, I touched the political third rail. I talked about Social Security. Now, I know what you're thinking. What's so spicy?
It is kind of the political third rail. It's always been a controversial thing. What were his bullet points? There was something I wanted to comment on. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. No, not technically. That's a stupid argument, Ben Shapiro. It's not even remotely close to a Ponzi scheme. I feel like it's probably a scam, but it doesn't work the way a Ponzi scheme does. It honestly works more like a crypto pump and dump, which is where the guys that get in early, they just fucking piece with the money, and then everyone else who showed up late, they're like, where'd my money go? That's more what it's like.
Well, I touched the political third rail. I talked about Social Security. Now, I know what you're thinking. What's so spicy about Social Security? And I will admit, I was thinking the same thing, because there are a few simple facts of the matter with regard to Social Security. One, we don't have the money for it, and it's a Ponzi scheme. And two,
It's not a Ponzi scheme.
I see, like, the solution to that is get more money.
It's just literally not a Ponzi scheme. I'm actually mad he's calling it a Ponzi scheme now. It's not a Ponzi scheme.
Like, that's my perspective, right? Is that if like this mindset, I think is just like totally wrong, because like you have to get more money. The Social Security is going to be the norm for everybody. Like, what do you think? Like, after everything gets automated and everybody's job is obsolete, what do you think people are gonna do? Nothing. What the fuck? So like,
It's not going to be Social Security, though. The Social Security system is fucked from the ground up. the only way to really make it work is to have a universal basic income, which is taxed as a portion of the GDP. That's just the only way. You calculate the average living expense, calculate how many people there are in the United States, and that's the total number you need to make. Put a tax on any corporation working in the United States that using automated workers to cover for the workers they're not hiring. They won't mind because it's still probably less money than they put into the payroll hiring workers. And then, boom, you have your universal basic income.
What are you gonna do with these people? Do we get them together and kill them? Like, I don't know.
I mean, that's kind of one problem. Like,
They can't work.
they aren't gonna starve to death if they're already dead.
Did I break your programming? I'm sorry.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
What I was saying. Oh, people who need the health care can't just get more money. They can't work. I'm not. No. You did you? Did I break your programming? I'm sorry. What I was saying is that the government needs to get more money, not the individual people that don't have any money need to get it. Like that's.
I love how dumb his chat is sometimes. I think the funniest thing is the great irony, right? He like sits. His whole stream is just making fun of his own viewers, basically. Because like half these people, I mean, like, he's always talking about some weird like weeb controversy or stuff, and or like some pedophile bullshit, and there's like half the chat's defending the fucked up shit. It's like insane. He's got the most insane community I've ever seen.
Not the people getting more money. Okay, misunderstood. Yeah, try not to assume too much. Okay.
Indeed, I think that's another issue that Ben Shapiro makes. Is he's got some stuff. All right, I don't know if you're still here, Strat. But we're now gonna watch this Pierce Morgan versus Bassam Youssef 2-hour interview. We're not watching the 2-hour one. We're gonna do wait. Okay, so that's round 2. I see. Warning, this video contains swearing. What the fuck? I've never seen that before. I missed half the intro because I was swearing because it told me not the video contains swearing. So I wanted my video to contain swearing too. So now this video and that video contain swearing for you. I hope you're happy. I thought I like failed to press it. TV host and satirist. Interesting. This is going to be an interesting conversation.
Great to have you back on the program. I wish it was under different circumstances. First of all, what is your reaction to what happened on October the 7th?
Oh, it was terrible, of course. I mean, we kind of get our news kind of also secondhand because, you know, my wife's family, they live in Gaza. They have cousins and uncles there, and their house also was bombed. We haven't been able to communicate with them for the past 3 days. Communication are lost. So we don't know actually what is the how are they doing, but you know we're used to that. I mean, it's just like it's very repetitive.
That's insane.
We're used to them being bombed every time and moving from one place to the other. You it's just like those Palestinians. They're very dramatic. Israel killing us, but they never die. I mean, they always come back.
What the fuck?
To kill, very difficult people to kill.
I mean, I knew it was gonna be kind of wild when he called him a satirist as part of the introduction, but that just went 0 to 100, dude. All right, I need to start over and process that. He just went like, at first it was like I felt sympathetic for him with the whole like, oh, it's been 3 days and we don't know if they're dead or alive, but we're used to that. Like, oh damn. But then it's like, oh yeah, we keep killing them, they just keep coming back with like that odd, creepy smile on his face. I was like, dude, what the hell is going on? What is this?
The other, it's just like those Palestinians. They're very dramatic. Israel killing us. It's how they're doing, but we're used to it. We don't able to family. They live in Gaza. They have cousins and uncles there, and their house also was bombed. We haven't been able to communicate with them for the past 3 days.
Those Palestinians are very dramatic.
Actually, what is the
Dude,
how are
what?
doing? But we're used to that. I mean,
So here's the thing. I get you're a comedian. But this is not a comedy club. The time and place. I need to let him cook though. Let's see where he was gonna take that. I've started this statement over 5 times and I haven't let him finish it once.
it's just like it's very repetitive. We're used to that. We're used to them being bombed every time and moving from one place to the other. It's just like those Palestinians. They're very dramatic. Israel killing us, but they never die. I mean, they always come back. They're very difficult to kill. Very difficult people to kill. I know because I'm married to one. I tried many times, couldn't kill her.
I mean, there's a dark humor there, and I understand.
Yeah, Pierce is feeling the same way I felt about that thing. Don't get me wrong. I love dark humor. It's my favorite type of humor. But that was not well delivered dark humor. That was just fucked, dude.
Why? Because
No, it's not dark humor. I try to get to her every time, but she uses our kids as human shields. I can never take her out.
again, I understand the humor, but to be serious, Bassem, about this tonight,
Okay, I will be serious. Yeah, I will be serious.
He's not gonna be serious.
Review with Ben Shapiro.
He's not gonna be serious. If anyone says I will be serious, they're not gonna be serious.
And I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I think that Ben Shapiro is one of the smartest people who ever walked. He's very, very smart. I follow him, and I believe everything he said. And when
Okay.
he was on your show, his solution was.
I take it back. He's being serious now. He's being 100% serious. I was wrong.
His solution was that the solution for this is for Israel to annex Gaza and to kill as many son of bitches as possible to make sure that this will never happen again. And anyone who called for a ceasefire will be a terrorist sympathizer. So God forbid, I don't want to be labeled as a terrorist sympathizer.
He actually, I mean, like, I'm not shocked that Ben Shapiro actually said that. I guess I'm just kind of disappointed that he went that far with it. Especially I guess I'm a terrorist sympathizer because I'm calling for a fucking ceasefire.
With Ben Shapiro, I think we should kill as many son of bitches as possible.
Well, let me.
So
Okay,
far,
but Bassem,
three-
let me.
so far 3,500 people were killed, including 5,000 son of bitches in the bombing of the Baptist hospital as we speak right now. Of those 3,500 were children. So my question to Ben Shapiro is, how many more son of bitches do we need to kill so Ben Shapiro is happy.
Okay,
Because it changes from
Bassem, let
1
me
year.
just stop
It
you there to
changes
say-
from one.
let
No,
me just-
I'm sorry that. Please, listen. I'm really at a disadvantage here. I'm looking at a camera. I don't see you. I can hear you on my
And the
ears.
reason I'm
So
interrupting
please
is
give
I think
me a
you
little
might
bit
be.
of a space.
I think you're conflating different interviews with Ben Shapiro. He didn't use the phrase "sons of bitches" with me. Let me play to you what he actually
He
said
did.
on my
He
show.
did. He did. Go back. Go back to your interview.
No, he didn't. That was another interview. But let me play what he said to me here.
Well, frankly, I don't believe in proportionate response to terrorism. I believe that the way that you stop terrorism is with wildly disproportionate response. That doesn't mean in terms of targeting civilians. It means in terms of killing as many terrorists as.
So, on principle, I agree with that theory. You can't negotiate with terrorism. You just need to eliminate it. But I'm not necessarily sure this is terrorism. Yes, Hamas has committed terroristic acts, but the question is, where does terrorism start and fighting for one's independence and survival end, right? Because my understanding is that Hamas didn't really start it. They may have started the shooting, but it was in response to Israel cutting off necessary life-sustaining utilities. So, I don't know about you, but if I'm like living in my house in the middle of winter and my neighbor shuts off my heat, and I'm gonna freeze to death, I'm gonna be on my neighbor. I'm gonna be like, either you're gonna turn my heat back on, or I'm gonna come and live in your house. You know? So, on principle, I don't agree you should negotiate with terrorists, because then that just shows them that terrorism works, and then they use it again, and more people die, and they just continue to use violence to get what they want. But there was a time in history when the people that the Americans hold up as some of our greatest heroes, the founding fathers, were also known as terrorists.
Humanly possible, and allowing them to dictate the terms of engagement by hiding behind civilians in areas that they're supposedly responsible for means that the only option for Israel is to surrender to Hamas's hatred of its own citizens, its willingness to use its own children as human shields. No country worth its salt could ever do that.
Now that is substantively different to what you said he said, right? He's talking there
But
specifically about
I
Hamas
agree with him.
terrorists.
I agree with him. The thing is, the question is, what is a proportionate response? Because
Yes.
it has been different from one tier to another. So if you look to this graph, for example, this is the death of Israeli and Palestinians, and it's changing from 1 year to year. It's like fluctuating like crypto. So my question is today, what is the going rate today for human lives? I mean, 2014 was a great year for Ben Shapiro. 88 Israelis were died, and there was 2,329 Palestinians killed on the other side. That is one Israeli for 27 Palestinians. That is a very good exchange rate. What I'm saying is,
This is just
the exchange rate.
such a wild conversation.
Be happy. That's my question.
Well, it's not me.
I
It's
want
not
to
me,
know.
guys. I'm not on either
No,
side.
no,
here.
not you. Like when I
Yeah.
say you guys, I say like the people on the other side of that. I know that you don't think like that, Pierre. You're one of the good guys. But let me tell you something. I mean, the reason that I'm using this is that I mean I can't remember what happened in 2014, and there was no music festival. But there must be something. I mean, they must do something. It is their fault. It has to be something. I mean, 2018, 300 Palestinians died. Who's counting? You know. So the thing is, what my question is, let's find what is the exchange rate for human life today, so we expect the future death of Palestinians, and we'll be happy to it.
My response to that would be this, Bassem. I've thought carefully about this because I think it's very tricky for people like me.
I think he has. I've never seen Pierce be so quiet. I have never seen him be so quiet. He does not know how to deal with this.
To immerse ourselves into a conflict where we're not directly involved. And I thought carefully about what I feel about this. I feel that the scale of what Hamas did on October the 7th supersedes anything else I've seen in this conflict, really ever. The savagery, the butchery, the slaughter of 1,300 people, the shooting of babies, the
100%.
kidnapping of grandmas, and so on. So if we can agree on that, which I think is inarguable, then the question then becomes again about proportion. I don't disagree that there's been a lot of bad stuff on both sides going back historically for decades. But if we agree that this was on a different level altogether, quite deliberately by Hamas, designed to provoke. No, here's my question. Let me ask you a question. And the question,
What's
because
the
you raised it earlier about proportion. I honestly don't know what the proportionate response is. I honestly don't. I don't. I've been watching the airstrikes
So
this
what's
week thinking.
what's your question?
Well, I was
What's the
asked.
question?
I would ask you, if you were Israel, what would you?
If I was Israel,
If you were Israel and that had happened to you, what would you think would be the appropriate way for the country to respond?
I would do exactly like Israel did, kill as many people as possible since the world is letting me do it. I mean, I can do it because I can, you know. But the thing is, like, you know what? I agree with you. And you know what? I'm going to be even.
And you know, he's right. Like he was just. That was just some straight up. That was probably the most honest and direct thing he has said this entire interview. And I'm not saying he's being dishonest as in he's a liar or anything. He's being satirical. He's playing coy the whole time. And that time he wasn't. I think that's the first time he just answered directly. He was like, yeah, you know, I'd do what they did because I'd be allowed to. Right? And who wouldn't? I mean, Israel definitely has the upper hand. It's one of those things where as long as this is allowed to continue, Israel will probably win out eventually, and may even just wipe out Hamas and entirely. Some would say that would be a good thing. Obviously, some would say it wouldn't be. Clearly, that mostly depends on which side you come down on. But I just want to see an end to the violence. That's my big thing. I don't like people dying for political reasons or any reasons whatsoever. But it's just like, why do all wars have the dumbest reasons? I don't know.
Ahead of you because I see the question coming. Do you condemn Hamas for the atrocity? Yes, I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas is the source of all evil. They're the reason for everything. And you know what? Let's for a minute imagine a world without Hamas.
Right.
Yes.
What will this word look like? Let's give this word a name, and let's name this word the West Bank. Hamas has absolutely no control in the West Bank, and since the beginning of this year, only through August, 37 Palestinian kids were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas. Since the occupation of the West Bank, 7,000 Palestinians were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas. I can go on and on and on and on.
No, but you don't need to, because in a way you're preaching to the choir. I've followed this crisis.
Oh no, you're not preaching. So the thing is, like,
well, in the sense that I know that what you're saying has validity. Of course,
Piers. By the way, Piers. I am at a disadvantage here. I can hear you. I cannot see you. I am in a claustrophobic room, and so please cut me some slack and don't interrupt me and interrupt my point.
Sure.
So because this has to be.
Pierce is one of the worst people for interrupting. I think literally every interview I've watched, he either just interrupts them constantly or they have to stop him at some point to be like, hey, stop interrupting me. Just let me finish, please.
Fair. Because if you want to only hear your opinion, I can just condemn Hamas and go home. I can do that. So do you want to do that, or do you have a much more nuanced conversation?
No, I absolutely want to have a nuanced conversation. I wasn't aware.
Wait, it wasn't.
I thought I was letting you speak.
Amazing. So
I wasn't aware. I was interrupted. Jesus Christ, man, dude. That's the thing that annoys me most about Pierce is he just has this disingenuousness about him. Well, I think it comes from being a major talk TV show where it's like I don't even know how much of his persona is real, you know? And I'm sure at times he gets signals from like the producers to back down or something, and he's got to find a way to like put his tail in between his legs without making an issue or seeming like he's giving too much leeway. But in some ways, you know who I just always think of him as? I immediately just see him as the guy in the news broadcaster dude in V for Vendetta, who like ends up being like a little bitch ass sellout, but I think in the end he ends up covering for Keira Knightley, right? Like he was kind of just like a government patty, and then I think it's the fuck is it in that? Is it the other? Natalie Portman. I knew it was one of those two. I always cross those two in my brain randomly. But yeah, so the dude Rupert Graves, I think, or Dominic rather. I think Dominic's the character that I was thinking of. It's just quotes. There's one like news broadcaster dude who's kind of just like a patsy for the government, but at one point Natalie Portman needs. Oh, it's this guy. It's Dietrich. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly the guy. This is literally like who I see Pierce Morgan as. And I just hope he has a moment like this at some point. In the end, the news broadcaster, he makes the right choice.
So I would say I really applaud Israel for doing one thing that no military force in the world does. Because I heard Ben Shapiro and I heard.
Wait. Oh my God, dude, I don't know if I can take any more of this.
I would say I really.
I'm only a third of the way through.
That no military force in the. I
wasn't aware I was interrupting. I thought I was letting you speak.
Amazing. So let's. I would say.
I love this guy. Like that amazing response. You could hear from all the nuance in his voice that he didn't believe he wasn't aware.
I really applaud Israel for doing one thing that no military force.
Oh God.
Because I heard Ben Shapiro.
This is gonna be rough.
And they said Israel is the only military force in the world that warns civilians before bombing them. I mean, how fucking cute. That's so nice of them. Because with this logic.
That's true. In America, we don't warn civilians before bombing them. Obama would just send drones off to take out weddings. Well, and on purpose. Like, he'd be like, yo, there's a bunch of head Al-Qaeda or Taliban or whoever it was. I don't remember who this specific strike was on. There's a bunch of these head agents gathering at this event. We'll hit it with drones. Yeah, let's do it. Good to go. It was a wedding. Kids, women, everything. Yeah. course, we didn't warn them. We're not Israel. We just bombed the shit out of their wedding.
Russian troops started warning Ukrainians before bombing their houses. We're cool with Putin, right? I mean, okay, Habibi. I've done your job. The thing is, and I understand, and also heard Ben Shapiro talk
My man almost killed me with this right. We're cool with Putin, right? I wasn't ready for that one.
Ukrainians before bombing because houses.
Oh, there, it's right here.
Cool with Putin, right? I mean, you have
Jesus.
it's fine. You have.
Oh my God.
I mean, the thing is, and I understand, and I also heard Ben Shapiro talking about human shield. So you remember my wife's family? They live in Gaza. So I asked them. I told them, when Israel gives you the nice warning, the cute warning, does Hamas force you to stay in your home so you can be bombed and use as human shield? You know what? Hassan, my wife's cousin, he's a loser. You know, he told me, you know, when I asked him, does that happen? He told me, no. The lying son of a bitch lied to me. I told him, you don't understand. Ben Shapiro and Ron DeSantis keep saying that Israel warned you and Hamas asked you to stay put. So I never kept a job. He even like failed in all of the interviews to become like a human shield.
Dude, what the fuck is this?
No. Let me ask you.
So, I get it, right? He is upset in a way that it's almost impossible to be upset unless you've had to experience what he and his family has to experience, and then on top of that, witness the way the world is being so nonchalant and dismissive and even supportive of it at times. So there's a level of anger that like can't be explained in words within him right now, and might well reside there for the rest of his life. But the fact that he's a comedian is making this fucking terrible, because he is so angry that he's like hot switching in and out of satire and not, to the point where everyone has lost the cardinal direction, and no one knows which of his statements are satire anymore and which of them aren't. And this thing with the son being a loser that sits on the couch, this is the one that went over the edge, I think. And like even Pierce feels that, because he actually
He told me, you know, when I asked him, does that happen? He told me, no. The lying son of a bitch lied to me. I told him, you don't understand. Ben Shapiro and Ron DeSantis keep saying that Israel warned you and Hamas asked you to stay put. So I told you, he's a loser. He never kept a job. He even like failed in all of the interviews to become like a human shield. I would believe
All
Ben
right,
Shapiro.
let me ask you this,
So
Bassam.
let's go with.
the biggest reason I find this annoying, it's because it's a massive waste of time. It is accomplishing nothing. And I'm talking specifically about Bassam, I don't know how to say his name exactly. I'm talking specifically about his goals, because like all he's doing is pissing people off. I'm like on his side, and he's just annoying the fuck out of me now.
No. Let me ask
But at
you
some
this.
point, I must be able to ask you questions. It's not
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, because it's gotten, that's the other thing I was about to say. He's Pierce is well known for cutting people off. No doubt about that. But it's also at the point now, a little bit, where Bassan's just been going. He has been, as Pierce said, he said it, he's been monologuing. And he doesn't stop talking. So when he's like, well, you're interrupting me, it's like, well, yes, because you haven't stopped to take a breath in 2 minutes straight, dude. It's an interview, not a fucking monologue. Like, this is not it's not your TV show, but also it's just, it's supposed to be a conversation. And he's not allowing it to be a conversation, but then he blames, he says Pierce is the one that isn't allowing it to be a conversation, but he's the one who deflects literally everything and ascribes value to nothing.
If we agree that for the 14,000 casualties, I mean, who's counting, are human shield, does that mean that every single one of those civilians was standing, obscuring a military target behind them? Because that's a lot of weapons. I mean, Hamas is packing.
No, of course it doesn't. And look,
so there's some collateral damage. Lots of collateral damage.
Yes.
It's fine, yeah.
He's just splitting hairs at this point. This is stuff that everybody knows and everybody has acknowledged it. Like, even the most accurate and careful and practiced military operations from the best special forces in the world with high levels of care and discretion are going to have civilian casualties. That's just the nature of war and that kind of aggression. And in this situation, we're talking about a war that there's no discretion. So it may even be possible that the civilians aren't necessarily seen as casualties, but combatants. Now that's obviously not the public statement, because the public statement is that Israel has been warning the civilians, or maybe that is the public statement and they just haven't been warning anyone because they don't see anyone as civilians. Anyways,
You kill some to save some, and then kill some more. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
let me ask you this. Again, it comes back to proportionate response. When the world decided it had to get rid of ISIS because of the appalling butchery they were carrying out, it did so by also killing, very sadly, a lot of civilians along the way by doing airstrikes against places which
But killing
held
civilians are
ISIS
inevitable.
fighters.
You said that in the beginning.
My point is,
it's inevitable.
yeah, but once
It's
Israel
inevitable.
has decided that they want to get rid of Hamas, and Hamas is embedded with civilian population, I'm very concerned about what's going to happen next. I've written a column tonight saying, I remember the Iraq War, which I opposed, right? I remember all this. So my question for you is,
I know.
what would you think would be an appropriate response by Israel to what happened?
Well, these are years of disproportionate responses of Israel.
Right.
Did it solve the solution? Did it solve the problem? Did it work before, so it will work? What will be the surprise this time? What will be the twist that will make this work this time? What will be different this time? Seriously, I mean, like, this is only the last 15 years. I mean, because it's too many papers. I just got this. But how will this be different? And the thing is, I am so glad in the introduction that you mentioned the Iraq War. I applaud you, Pierce, for saying that, because you were honest about it. You said that spreading lies like WMDs make people look at those people as less of humans, and they would accept the death of 1 million Iraqi, whether by sanctions or by invasion, right? You are a good man. This is amazing. And you know what is similar? Is when you spread the lies of 40 decapitated babies, although it was refuted. So what happens when people hear that, killing babies is horrible. But when you say decapitated 40 babies, you are planting a certain image
Well, who
with
has
a
said
certain
that?
trigger in people's mind.
Who has said
Huh?
that? Who has said 40
Who has said that?
Who
You
has
have
said
said
that?
40 decapitated.
Who has said
You
that?
have repeat.
No, no, I haven't.
What?
I've never said that.
You haven't said on your show 40 decapitated babies?
Never.
Ben Shapiro did.
I'm just gonna do a search. Let's see if this is right. How do you spell it? Is it the I or the E first? I never know how to spell it. Peers. I don't know if this will be on YouTube. The fuck is all this shit? That's not what I wanted. I don't just. I don't need a 14. I just want the clip. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Should there be? Fuck. Oh my god, dude, YouTube is just getting worse every fucking day. Like this fucking like recommended videos that pops up in my searching. It is the most useless section. It never has anything I want to see, and all it does is make it longer to get to the rest of the search results. It's fucking stupid. I need to figure out if he actually said this or not. Because this guy is adamant he did.
That 40 decapitated.
Who has said
You
that?
have repeat.
No, no, I haven't.
What?
I've never said that.
You haven't said on your show 40
No,
decapitated babies?
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my god.
And some of them
Vince.
being beheaded. And I was like, how
He did say it.
can any human being do that to a baby? Never.
Ben Shapiro didn't say it?
No.
And it was confirmed by multiple news sources, 40 babies dead, some beheaded. Here is CNN.
Ron DeSantis didn't say
Nobody
it?
has said.
Okay. Pierce,
No, they
nobody
haven't.
said it?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I am wrong. Decapitated.
Yeah,
Here's the
you're
thing.
wrong. I've never said
The
that.
thing.
Dude, he just you know I had to look it up. He looked like he was lying. And he was lying. Look at that. The liar's face right there. He knows he said it. He knows he said it. That's why I had to look it up. I was like, dude, notice how the previous time he like accused him of something, I didn't go look it up, and he denied it. He reacted differently this time. Like I didn't know. I don't know Pierce Morgan enough to read his body language like that, to like read his mind, but there was a shift. I detected a shift in his energy. So I was like, yo, it made me suspicious. So I had to go find the truth.
People look at those people as less of humans, and they would accept the death of 1 million Iraqi, whether by sanctions or by invasion, right? You are a good man. This is amazing. And you know what is similar? Is when you spread the lies of 40 decapitated babies, although it was refuted. So what happens when people hear that, killing babies is horrible. But when you say decapitated 40 babies, you are planting a certain image
Well, who
with
has
a
said
certain
that?
trigger in people's mind.
Who has said
Huh?
that? Who has said 40
Who has said that?
Who
You
has
have
said
said
that?
40 decapitated.
Who has said
You
that?
have repeat.
No, no, I haven't.
What?
I've never said that.
You haven't said on your show 40 decapitated babies?
Never.
Ben Shapiro didn't say it?
No.
Ron DeSantis didn't say
Nobody
it?
has said.
Okay,
No, they
nobody
haven't.
said it?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I am wrong. Decapitated.
Yeah,
Here's
you're
the
wrong.
thing.
I've never
The
said that.
thing.
We just watched 3 clips where all 3 of those guys talked about 40 dead babies some of which may or may not have been decapitated. I think what Pierce is doing here is a common tactic from like every news media person. Bassam said, "You never said 40 decapitated babies." And Pierce said, "No, I never said that. Never." Technically, that's true. He said 40 dead babies, some of which were apparently beheaded or something like that, which is not what Bassam said he said. Now, I have mixed feelings about this because one, that's a common tactic. It's not what Bassam's trying to do here. He's trying to call him Pierce to task, to hold him up to a spotlight and be like, this is something you said which has been damaging to the whole situation you said you're trying to fix. So he's not, like, what often happens with these statements though, we saw it with, there is like the weirdest interview I've ever seen in my life. Maybe not the weirdest. This one was there at the beginning until I figured it out. Goodbye R. Kelly. I kind of want to watch that. But what's that guy's name? He's a Canadian psychologist who actually knows a whole lot about body dysphoria, but he actually lost. He got stripped of some sort of of his stuff because of woke bullshit, and when he was one of the few people that could actually probably do most to help. What the fuck is his name? I got introduced to him when he interviewed Chloe Cole, Jordan Peterson. There's the funniest interview. What's her name? Just do Jordan Peterson interview. It's this one. Yep. I have never seen such a terrible interviewer in my entire life. Like, this woman is either like as dumb as a fucking rock, or she is drinking the juice to the max. Like, she has bought the bill of sale, so to speak. Like, she's just a government sellout. I have never seen such blatant and obvious, like, it's just ridiculous. I gotta find the specific. Yes, this is literally the exact part I'm watching for. This is like the most blatant, intentional misunderstanding I have ever seen anyone do to another person. And I don't know how someone like this can even have a job unless that's their job, to just be like a wicked, evil person.
Compassionate and polite. And agreeable people get paid less than less agreeable people for the same job. Women are more agreeable than men.
Again, a vast generalization. Some women are not more agreeable than men.
That's
It's not a general.
That's right, and some women get paid more than men.
Yeah.
I think that by and large,
This one, she has the worst logic ever, because anytime you apply her logic